Leisha. And who would like to read the traditions?
I will.
Who's I?
Karen D. Karen D. from Northern Nevada. I'll read the traditions.
Karen D. And then we have service concepts. And if you want to break them up, I'm open to that. If you want to read them all, I'm open to that.
Deborah D. Oregon. I'll read the first 6.
Okay, Deborah D. first 6.
I'll read the second 6. Philip Francis, UK.
Okay, Philip.
Be named yet.
And Connie, you have those ready to go up for me?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Hey, Catherine, this is Linda V from Florida. Just a quick
Yeah.
question. I have a couple of minor changes to the motions. Would it be easier if I just put them in the chat to Connie right now?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Can you make sure you put it to everyone so everyone can see the changes you're requesting?
How was game night? Good?
It was
It was-
super
was it-
fun. Oh my gosh. We had a
Was it all
blast.
numbers games or was it non-numbers games?
It was not numbers in that
Okay.
way. It wasn't.
You know,
It
when
was-
finance says they're doing a game night, I get a little nervous that it's going to be all math that I'm gonna have to
No.
do in my head. And
It really
Oh.
wasn't. It was quite fun, well thought out. I thought it was very clever. It
Wonderful.
really inspired me.
great.
We played Monopoly with the CoDA Treasury. Next year they're gonna have a casino night with the Treasury, try to increase the
Casino
funds.
night with the treasury.
Shoot.
That's hilarious.
But
Sorry,
I
I
do
missed
want
it.
to make an
Yeah, I'm
announcement.
sorry, I
and
missed it
thank-
too.
I was going to make an announcement and thank Rob for the great game night. That's a great
Here?
team builder. Yeah, thank you, Rob.
How was the lobster?
It was great. By the way, if you'd like, I mean, I don't have consensus for my committee, but something to think about is finance could possibly host game night the first night of every CSC. Have people get to know each other, and I'm a big believer in financial education in general, and it's just a great way for everyone to meet each other. We even got to meet each other, some people's partners. Did you guys talk about that? So that was a great fun. So thank you.
Awesome.
My partner, Pearl, my inner child, baby, reminder. She's right here with
Very
me.
cute. Very cute. So let's get
Event-
ready for quorum. It's 8
Events
o'clock.
never has time for any fun.
Yeah, we don't.
There's
Everybody,
something
let's
not right
raise-
about that, Florence.
Raise
I
our
know.
hand, unmute ourselves so we can fly through and not have to unmute while we're running through quorum. Connie, you're my backup.
Ready?
Thank you. And we are going to start. Jorge,
1,
Lisa,
2,
James,
3,
Carmen,
4.
Ellie,
2 pictures.
5.
Karen D,
6.
Leisha,
7,
Faith,
8.
Gail,
9.
Salvador,
10.
Evie,
11.
Marilee. Can't hear you.
12.
Thank you. Linda,
This is a sign. This is the third time I've been 13. I don't know what to do with that.
good luck. Anne,
14.
thank you. Sally, Sally, you are muted there.
I was 4.
How are you down here?
Very
Okay.
good question. I don't know. Somebody else was Sally for a while, perhaps.
That's interesting. Okay, so I'm going to jump to Dawn.
where are we? 15, I think.
I think we're 15, Connie, right?
correct.
Okay.
Not if we counted Sally
Do me a
twice.
favor and don't lower your hands because it causes the whole screen to shift. I'll lower all the hands afterwards. Krista Z.
I think we're at 16.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Linnea.
17.
Ruth. Muted.
18.
Thank you, Barbara.
19.
Leo. Muted.
20.
Thank you. Nancy.
21.
Rosa.
22.
Liz.
23. Liz H. 23.
Liz H. Chris. Chris K.
24,
23, I believe.
23.
No,
No, no, no.
24?
24 was great.
Thank you, Connie. Nora.
24. 25.
25. Yeah. Madeline.
26.
Okay. We don't have quorum.
Is that everybody? Come on, guys.
I see no
You
more.
have
I
Where
don't.
is everybody?
I'm
I
Philip.
can
You haven't
Count
called
me
my name.
again.
Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Madeline.
We got Matt coming in.
You've got Philip
Madeline?
and you haven't called me.
Yeah, hands. I didn't see your hand or you didn't fall into the
I put
Madeline?
my hand up and it got taken down again.
Madeline.
I
Can you
see
hear me?
30 hands in the count.
Hold on,
31.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Madeline.
I was 26.
27, I believe.
David,
Connie?
28. David, 28.
Hold on. No, David, no. Hold on. Madeline was 27, correct, Connie?
I had her
Yeah.
as 26, right?
Okay, so
26. Yeah.
26. Burl.
27.
Tina R.
28.
Okay, we have quorum. Thank you, everyone. So
But did we count Sally twice?
when we hit quorum, then we stop. So quorum is 28. When I hit 28, we stop counting. Okay. So everybody has named themselves appropriately. I'm not going to go through the daily announcements today. Remember how to pass your badge. You need to send a message through chat, say that you're passing. You need to change your V to an X while you're gone. Those that are not voting members during a motion need to take themselves off video. I apologize for a little bit of confusion yesterday because I'm trying to make it easier. We were having too much questions and getting slowed down the other day. So for today, I want everybody to remember that if we are doing a procedural motion and I ask if anybody from the floor will bring a motion forward, feel free to say, I will bring the motion. Don't raise your hand. If two people talk at the same time, I will pick the person that I heard first. Then the person, I will say, do we have a second? Feel free to say, yes, I second it. Don't raise your hand, okay? We've got, oh, shoot, I jumped to quorum. Let's read the serenity or do the serenity prayer. I'm so excited today. God, grant me the serenity
To accept the things I cannot change.
The
Courage
courage
to change the things I can.
and the
And the
wisdom
wisdom to know the
To know the
difference.
difference.
Connie, can you bring the steps up for us, please? And Leisha is going to read the steps.
Hi, I'm Leisha, codependent from Arizona. 1, we admitted we were powerless over others, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood God. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly asked God to remove our shortcomings. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to other codependents and to practice these principles in all our affairs.
Thank you. Let's see, Karen D is going to read the traditions.
Morning, everybody. Karen D from Northern Nevada. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CoDA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving higher power as expressed to our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. 3, the only requirement for membership in CoDA is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. 4, each group should remain autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or CoDA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to other codependents who still suffer. 6, a CoDA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend a CoDA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary spiritual aim. 7, every CoDA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Codependents Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, CoDA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, CoDA has no opinion on outside issues, hence the CoDA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. And 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personality. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got Deborah D for the first 6 service concepts.
Hi, this is Deborah D., grateful recovering codependent and an alternate from Oregon. The 12 service concepts of Codependents Anonymous. 1, the members of the Fellowship of Codependents Anonymous, in carrying out the will of a loving higher power, advance their individual recoveries, work to ensure the continuance of their groups and their program, and carry the message to codependents who still suffer. They may also collectively authorize and establish service boards or committees and empower trusted servants to perform service work. 2, the Fellowship of CoDA has the responsibility of determining through its group conscience the service work to be performed and the best manner to perform such work. This authority is expressed through our group conscience. Authority carries responsibility. Thus, CoDA groups conscientiously provide adequate funding and support for the service work they authorize. 3, decisions about service work in the fellowship and all CoDA affairs are made through the group conscience decision-making process. For this spiritual democratic process to work, every member of the group is encouraged to participate, consider all the facts and options concerning the issue, listen respectfully to all opinions expressed, then reflect and meditate to find a loving higher power's will. Finally, we deliberate honestly and respectfully to determine the proper course of action. Unanimity in the group is the desired outcome. A majority vote is a group conscience. 4, all those who volunteer to do service work for CoDA by serving on committees, boards, or corporations are trusted servants, not authority figures. Ideally, trusted servants volunteer out of a desire to follow their higher power's will, out of gratitude for the gifts they've received from CoDA, out of a desire to grow in their ability to create and keep healthy relationships, and to contribute what they can of themselves to CoDA. The fellowship recognizes the need to select the most qualified people willing to serve as trusted servants. At times, trusted servants may hire individuals outside of the fellowship for commercial services. 5, trusted servants are directly responsible to those they serve and are bound to honor the group conscience decision-making process and uphold those decisions concerning their service work. The fellowship also recognizes the need and right for members to honor their own experience, strength, and hope, and their higher power's will as expressed to them. When the group conscience violates an individual's own truth and makes participation impossible, the individual may relinquish the service position. 6, the fellowship guarantees trusted servants the right and authority to freely make decisions commensurate with their responsibilities and the right to participate in group conscience decisions affecting their responsibilities. Each CoDA member is also guaranteed the right to respectfully dissent during the group conscience decision-making process. A member may freely and safely express any personal grievances as long as no particular person or group is unexpectedly singled out as the subject of the grievance. Members are encouraged to honor their own integrity as well as the integrity of others. Pass.
Thank you. Philip.
I'm Philip and I'm codependent and I'm UK representative. Trusted servants do practice the 12 steps and traditions in their service work and in all of their affairs. Trusted servants do not seek power, prestige, wealth, status, acclaim. Do not govern, coerce, or attempt to control others. And do not push a personal agenda, promote controversy, or advance outside issues at CoDA's expense. Since issues over authority, will, money, property, and prestige can and do arise in service work, trusted servants need to practice emotional sobriety, including anonymity, humility, tolerance, gratitude, making amends, and forgiveness. 8. The CoDA Service Conference, through its group conscience decision-making process, guides the fellowship in making policy decisions and in following the 12 steps and traditions. The conference, through providing guidelines, holds no authority over the decision-making process of individual groups. The group conscience process is our decision-making process. Failure to honor this process may violate traditions 1 and 4, and a sanction may be imposed. The harshest sanction conference can impose on an individual or group is to no longer recognize it as belonging to CoDA. This sanction may only be imposed on those who consistently violate the 12 steps and traditions, as determined by guidelines accepted by conference. 9. By tradition, the CoDA Service Conference gives responsibilities to working committees composed of conference delegates and other CoDA volunteers, or to separate service boards or corporations. All are directly responsible to the conference. The scope of the work a committee does is determined by the conference group conscience. The chairperson of each committee assumes the responsibility to ensure the work assigned to the committee is completed in a timely manner. 10. When the CoDA Service Conference is in session, the CoDA Board of Trustees is directly responsible to the conference. When not in session, the conference assigns its decision-making authority on material matters to the trustees. The Board of Trustees is authorized to monitor the work of conference-approved service committees and may provide assistance or guidelines when necessary. The trustees serve as the board of directors of CoDA Incorporated, the non-profit corporation are assigned custodial control of all money and property held in trust for the fellowship, and are responsible for the prudent management of its finances. 11. The powers of the CoDA Service Conference derive from the preeminent authority of the group conscience decision-making process. Arizona's state law gives the Board of Trustees legal rights and responsibilities. Can you raise it, please? Because to act for the fellowship in certain situations. CoDA Incorporated Articles of Incorporation and Bylaws are legal documents enumerating these board rights and responsibilities. Thank you for raising it. 12. The fellowship tries to practice and encourage spiritual principles in all its material, financial, and business affairs, including fairness, equality, and respect for individual rights. Every member within CoDA has a voice and is encouraged to use it. Every member has the right to know what is happening within our organization. To honor this right, and in the spirit of CoDA unity, our CoDA Incorporated organization publishes and distributes, I've lost the words,
Yeah.
group consciences. Does anyone know the words to finish off? Because I haven't got them in the blue book.
Connie, your email is up. Hello? Thank you. Yeah, now it's back. Thank you.
I'll start from the beginning of the sentence again. To honor this right in the spirit of CoDA unity, our CoDA Incorporated organization published
Philip?
You went on mute, Hope.
Philip, we can't hear you.
Oh.
Maybe you push that button on your head. Still can't hear you. I can't hear you. Can anybody else hear Philip? Okay. Still nothing.
Can someone? Sorry.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Sorry, I had a note saying my microphone wasn't working. Thank you. To honor this right and in the spirit of CoDA unity, our CoDA Incorporated organization publishes and distributes group conscience decisions, such as minutes of our service boards and motions from our CoDA service conferences in the most inclusive and timely manner possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting up with my failures.
Thank everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, Florence, you have a couple of announcements.
Yes, thank you. Let me get back to that page. Okay, first I need to ask Connie, all the changes that are being put into the chat, are you able to get those or do you need them sent to you via email?
We're capturing them. I'm taking pictures and passing them on to.
Okay, because well, if you like, I think Carol has the WhatsApp on her computer and she could maybe email them easier than, I don't know if that's easier, but if you already got it, then that's fine.
Yeah, we're getting them. Thank you very much.
Okay. And then I just wanted to remind everyone about the chat, that if you have a point of order, if you have a question about something, if you think it's a point of order or question about something, just put it in the chat. But make sure when you put it in the chat that you address it to everyone. What happened yesterday when there was a point of order, it got addressed directly to me. And I'm not always monitoring the chat, but I have backup events members who are monitoring and they won't see it if it's just directed to me. So I just want to make that reminder. Chair reports. I just also wanted to remind everyone this is our last day. That, you know, this is the second year in a row that we have not heard reports from all of the world committees. We've just only presented our motions. And, you know, the conference every year is supposed to be the time for chairs to come and present their goals and action plans for the year so that you as delegates can hear that and endorse their activities and give your support for them to go forward in their goals and action plans. So I just wanted to encourage everyone that please take the time to read all those reports. They have all been submitted in the delegate packet. And if you have not read them yet, to please go back and read them. And if you have questions for that particular committee, you know, reach out to them.
Time to send you.
And Connie, you're not muted, sorry. Reach out to them and, you know, ask your questions. You know, if you have interest, you know, then ask about joining the committee. And the list of committees and all of that is all on the CoDA website under service info. You can get everything. All right, next thing is the attendee list. I've had requests if we are going to share the contacts here at the conference, and it has been in the past that we have passed around a paper and delegates would put on their email or phone number, whatever they wanted to share, and then that list was shared with all of the attendees. We do have a complete, you know, list through Eventbrite, but you know, I can't share that without your permission. So I thought maybe we do it the opposite way, that if you do not want your information shared, if you could just send an email to events, and we'll remove you from the list before we share it with everyone. Does that, if anyone has an issue with that, please put your hand up now. Also, events committee, we are looking for recruits. And I'm just going to put that plug out there, and you see what we've done here. We also are going to do the funner things with the recovery meetings, retreats, and the International CoDA Convention coming up in October. We would love to have more help. Okay, I'm complete.
One second, Florence. So
Yes.
in response to your question, Lou raised his hand.
Okay, Lou.
So Lou?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lou on the Finance Committee and H&I, living in Illinois. To have people have to opt out of it after they've given their information to Eventbrite, if they're not here or don't hear this announcement, they won't know that they should opt out if they don't want it to be there. I think it needs to be an opt-in in some way, and I'm not sure how to best suggest to do that. Thank you.
Florence, maybe you can send an email out to everyone and give them the opportunity to respond yes or no.
Okay, and I'll have Jeff do that then. Okay, that's an idea. Thank you.
Okay. And Dave S.
I also want to second what Lou said. I want to use a different email than what I signed up with.
Okay.
So
That
I'm
makes
about
sense.
to send something to, because what I use for Eventbrite to sign up is a personal one. For CoDA business, I have a different one for more general and public CoDA business. I was about to send a chat to events saying that. Thank you.
So everybody, in regards to this subject, Events is going to send out an email to each and every one of you, and you will be able to communicate on this subject with Events directly. Each and every one of you will have your voice and time with Events. So I am going to move on now at this point. Florence, you told me you were complete, right?
Yep, I'm complete.
Okay.
Just, you know what's next. Yeah.
Yes, I do. So Nancy O has the floor for some time here.
You want me to do that this morning? I could do that this morning.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that everyone is here. Good morning, everyone. Nancy O from New Brunswick, Canada, and I am the current chair of the CoDA board. After business yesterday, the new board members, the new alternates met with the current board, and we were able to make the decision who your new executive would be. So I'd like to proudly announce that your new CoDA board chair will be Gail S. from Nevada. Yes. And your new vice chair will be Yaniv Shust from, sorry, excuse me, Yaniv S. from Israel. Yay, yay, Yaniv. Your treasurer will continue to be Barbara D. From NorCal. And your new secretary will be Faith J. from Ontario, Canada. So congratulations to you all. We will be having our next board meeting next Saturday. It'll be a work group. During that meeting, we're going to determine who all the liaisons are going to be. We just did not have time. Poor Yaniv, I don't know what time it was when he went to bed, but must have been around 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. in the morning. So we just didn't have enough time to be able to work through who the new liaison members are going to be. But there's some really important roles there that affect everyone. The web liaison, for example, I'll be continuing to do that. And I'll be continuing on in a transitional way with the current chair to help transition and help in any way that I can. But I'll continue as the web liaison until the new web liaison is assigned. Same with the legal liaison, that's a very important role. And I'll also continue on with the AMC, Connie and company, until the new AMC is assigned. So just wanted to let everyone know that we've done that. And I would also like to say, I really appreciate all the hard work that the current board has been doing. We are losing some longtime members, Matt T. from Texas, and Don B. from SoCal, and of course myself from New Brunswick, Canada. You must know that by now. So they have all worked hard. We've all worked hard, and those members who are continuing on as members at large, there's our new alternates, and well, our current member at large is Joe R. from Guatemala. And we have our two alternates as well. I'm sorry I didn't mention that, but we have Catherine T. She's the first alternate, and Florence F., who is the second alternate. So welcome. And I will probably be speaking again before the end of the day, but if I don't get a chance to say goodbye, I'm sure you'll see me around.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. I put in the chat, I see hands. Let me get to the next phase and then I will get to the hands. We've got the approval of the previous day's motions.
So Catherine, before we do that, I know the one hand is the procedural change request from Millie.
Okay, do you want me to do that first?
I think we should.
Okay, so Melly wants to bring something to the floor. Go ahead, Melly.
Hi, everyone. Melly from Arizona. I'm codependent equal to all of you. I ask that you wait until I'm done speaking because I process and speak slowly, and it will allow the translators to listen and process. I will say pass at the end to signal when I am done. I would like to motion a procedural change to add time, 30 minutes or more, directly after lunch into today's agenda for new business. When we voted as a group conscious for the new agenda earlier this week, I was not aware that the new business time was taken out of the agenda. It was not verbalized by anyone to my knowledge in this conference this year that new business time was taken out. New business is historically a time during conference where new motions can be brought directly to the conference floor for conscious voting. Just a reminder that today is the last day of the 2021 CoDA Service Conference. If new business time is added to the agenda as approved by our group conscience, then I will present another motion where a foundational document, the CoDA preamble, will have small word changes. The change that I would propose would be to change the phrase, a fellowship of men and women, to a fellowship of people. All other aspects of the CoDA preamble will be preserved because the foundational documents are sacred texts that must be protected. Any big changes to the preamble changes everything in the fellowship. It takes 2 years for motions of foundational documents to be processed, requiring a 2/3 vote the first year and a 3/4 vote the second year. So the urgency of this motion is important. This change in the preamble has been brought up by my voting entity group time and time again. Nothing has changed. It is time for change. The more time passes, the longer time codependents that identify outside of men and women will potentially suffer and look away from this fellowship. The sacred foundational text should carry the message to as many codependents as possible. Principles before personalities. Please feel free to correct anything that I said if anything is incorrect. I have more to say if I have more time. Pass.
Thank you. So Melly has brought a motion to the floor. So
Should we need a second?
So David A.
New York delegate, voting delegate, second.
Second that.
Okay, thank you. So we will add that, now we're going to vote on it. Correct?
Wait, who was that? Who second?
David A. from New York.
Okay, thank you.
So now we will put a poll.
I lost polling, so maybe we do hands.
Okay, so David, can you let me lower your hand here for a second here. Give me just a minute.
I can launch a procedural approval agenda motion. Is that the one?
Okay.
I have a poll
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
launch.
That would be
Yeah,
great.
just procedural change. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great.
I know I'm not supposed to speak out, but I don't know what this means in our time frame. Can somebody say what this means to our time frame?
So what it means is that we would be adding an extra 30 minutes after lunch to hear new business.
So it would stretch out the day to 4 o'clock instead of 3:30. And we're already behind time today. So we'll probably be later than 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to relaunch the poll.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure how many people on. We got 40 votes so far.
There's a
So
no
I
in
haven't seen any votes in a while.
There's a no in the chat.
Okay.
There's another no in the chat. So there's 2 no's in the chat.
All right, I'll give it the last 15 seconds. Okay, so that's 26 yeses, 14 noes, and 2 abstains. So that will pass.
Okay. So we will add 30 minutes after lunch, after the quorum count. Is that going to go before treasurer's report and finance committee?
Yes, because I'm told if something potentially might affect the budget, that everything should be done before it, but I don't think this motion would, but that's just what.
Okay. I've got that put down.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jorge, I'm not
Yes,
sure
please.
why your hand is up.
Just very quickly, a question. On those 30 minutes, anybody can bring motions to the table as is a new business? Or just
Can I explain how new business works?
Yeah, please, thank you.
So new business, it's a first come, first served basis. And she proposed 30 minutes. That's only time for one motion. And she's already proposed a motion for the new business. If there was a second motion, we would have to ask for more time.
Thank you.
Okay, so now can we approve yesterday's motions, please?
Point of order is being asked.
Okay, Evie, do you have a point of order?
No, we're answering in chat.
Okay.
Please don't call out point of orders. We're answering all those in chat. We're not going to stop.
It's not a point of order. I have a
carafe.
I have a change to the motions that was too complicated to put in chat.
That's
hold
fine.
on.
That's fine.
Just hold on, because we're moving to the next phase and I need to get a timer ready. Thank you, Evie. Okay, so those of you that have corrections, if you will, on motions, if you want to raise your hand and get in order, please feel free to do that. And we will start with Evie. Connie, are you ready? I don't hear Connie, so let's wait for a second here until I get a confirmation from Connie.
Ready, thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. Evie, go ahead.
Okay, motion 21040. So scroll down, please. Go away here. This keeps getting in the way. The chats keep getting in the way. Okay, so if you go down to remarks. So yeah, it's long. You just, that's perfect, Connie. Connie, that was perfect. Just go up just a little bit more. Okay, here's the problem with this. It is confusing. There are two of last year's motions referenced here. And what is confusing is that it isn't clear where the motion, where the second of last year's motion ends. I have two suggestions, okay? If you could scroll down a little further, Connie, to the end of the remarks, all the way to the, keep going. Okay, that was, right there, okay. What's at the bottom here, I suggest putting that, now everything that's below the asterisk line there, I suggest moving that up above as the very first thing in remarks, because I think otherwise there's going to be so much confusion in the future. And then, right there, perfect. And then.
Hold on, let me make
Perfect. Okay, and then put in a comment underneath where it says 3/4 majority. What follows are two motions from last year. I would start it further to the left, but yeah, you can reformat that.
Yes.
And that way there won't be confusion in the future, because I understand this whole thing and I was confused when I looked at it. Thank you. The other thing is, if you go up to the very beginning of the motion, the heading part of the motion. Oh, what happened to, it is not a majority. Okay, it is up at the vote, all the way at the, right, no, you were there. The line where the motion number is, all the way to the right, where it says majority, that needs to say more than 75%.
Okay, we can't do that in the motion database, just to let you know.
Well, then another problem with the motion data is more than 75%.
So do you want that changed here? Because we won't be able to reflect that in the
Well,
motion.
it at least needs to say 2/3.
Okay, that we can do.
Okay. What's confusing though, it does say at the bottom that it was more than 75%. So the motion has officially passed for the second year. Can you go back down? Oh, it's right here. You don't have to go very far because we moved it. Right there. Yeah, 3/4 majority. Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah
you.
J.
Sarah J., alternate delegate from Arizona, codependent. Two things, 21052, the tradition 9 prayer should have a capital P
Where
on
is that?
power. 2152, go
Yep.
down to tradition 9 and higher power, capital P. I don't think that was changed. Oh, it was changed. I didn't see it. Okay, and then 21053, take out the grant me serenity. Or I'm sorry, grant me patience further down. And take out the. Thank you.
Jillian.
And that's what I was going to say. Pass.
Thank you. Judy.
That was a mistake, sorry.
Thank you. Crystal Z.
Going back to what Evie was just talking about, I would suggest that rather than 2/3, it say 3/4 because it passed by more than 75%.
It can't say 3/4. The motion database does not have that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna say that we've always only reported whether something is a 2/3 majority or a simple majority. And the only time I think the 75% would matter is when we're passing a foundational document the second year. So I don't think that matters. I think we just use a 2/3 majority.
Oh, yes, it does.
What if we just said
Or
passed?
unanimous, that would be the other one.
What if we just say passed?
No, it should say was it a 2/3 majority?
It
That's
needed a
what Evie
3/4
had me
majority.
change it to.
Or
Okay.
so this is the second time.
Hold on.
So you're right.
Hold
So
on.
it should say 3/4.
Hold on. Let's just let one person talk at a time here. Thank you.
This is Evie, since I
Evie,
proposed.
can you hold on just 1 second here?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the question for me? Because there's not a lot of options in the motion database.
So can it
And I
just say
think-
3/4?
Nope.
You
I
can't
could type it in here, but it's not going to show in the motions database.
Yeah, just type it in then. Like in the subject, type passed by 3. Oh, it does. I saw 3/4 right there.
I had typed it because you said to
And
type
do it.
Oh,
Mute
And type
yourself.
it in, damn it.
Mute
Hey,
yourself.
30
I'm
seconds.
muting all.
30
Stop,
seconds.
please.
30 seconds.
30 seconds has already been called. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change,
Courage
courage
to
to
change
change
the
the
things I
can,
And the
and
wisdom,
the wisdom
to
to
know
know
the
the difference.
Can we
So,
let Nancy address?
Florence, hold on 1 second here. I want to just take this one step at a time.
Sure.
So number one, are you done with what you're trying to communicate with Connie? You're muted. Florence, are you finished with what you were trying to communicate to Connie?
I'm just suggesting allow the board chair to communicate what she would like the AMC to record in the database.
Okay, so Nancy.
Nancy O, New Brunswick, Canada. As I put in the chat, there's only about 3 or 4 options in the database. She can type anything she wants on the PDF, but it's not going to make a difference. When she goes to enter it in the database, she has, I don't know if there's 3 or 4 options. It's a drop-down list. And the option of 3/4 is not one of them. So when she's telling you that she can type it here, but when she goes to enter it in the database, that option will not be there, she's telling you a fact. We hope to have that corrected when we get the new database created this upcoming year. But right now, I think we have to go with 2/3 because otherwise it's not going to, there's only the majority and the other one is failed, or I can't remember what the others are, but at this point, I think 2/3 is all that we can do.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on in order right now. Linda V.
Connie, I just wanted to make sure that you got the changes that actually Nancy O and I put in the chat about number 21058. It should voting results were not shared at time of vote. There you go. And the other change was made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lou.
Hello, in, excuse me, I believe it's 21044. If you scroll down, stop. If you scroll it up just a little bit, please. The last 3 lines on that right there, that's a duplicate that was part of the craft that was deleted. If you could put the delete parentheses deleted and colon and take it to the end like you did up above to put the parentheses before the delete. And then in parentheses at the end, yes, just like that. And then in the parentheses at the end of that, yes, right there.
Thank you.
Thank you. That'll make it clearer.
Dave S.
Catherine, I have that the 10 minutes are up. Is that true?
No.
Okay. That's my events member said he was timing. It was 10 minutes.
Unless my timers got off.
Please amend, but on the SSC motion, a suggestion, leave the vote blank, which is 2/3, because as Evie correctly points out, it already says 3/4 in the body. Just leave it blank. We can refer to what the text. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, the 10 minutes is up. I apologize. So
this is Evie. Can I just really quickly, can we make that in caps below where it says 3/4?
I'm calling 30 seconds, please.
God.
God.
Grant me the serenity to accept the things I
cannot change,
courage
courage to change the things I can,
and wisdom
to know the difference.
We are out of time right now. Evie, I would suggest that you put that in the chat and you send it to everyone, and that will be noted. Thank you very much. So 10 minutes is up. I don't see any other hands to make any more changes. So can we move forward and have a motion to approve the previous day's motions now? Who would like to bring that to the floor?
I just need to ask something real quick since my motion was up there. I just need to see if Connie did what I sent an email last night. And she didn't scroll down far enough for me to see that. So.
Do you have a motion number?
You're right there. It's right there, the events motion. Delete it, code world budget. It just keep going a little bit. So that whole it looks different now. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Okay, I'll look at it later. I don't want to take time.
Do we
Linda,
have?
Florida delegate, I moved to accept the motions from yesterday as changed, and as Connie gets the comments, we'll have another opportunity to look at them later today.
At the end of the day. That's
Thank you.
Linda V. Connie that is making a motion to accept previous day's motions. Do I have a second?
James K from PA will second that.
I'm sorry, there were two people talking at the same time.
James K from PA, Pennsylvania.
James
second
K is going to second. And do we have a procedural poll? Poll is up. Chris, everybody is okay to vote on this?
Actually, Kathy has recused herself. She had left the room and sent the message to me, and Rosanna has been off screen, so she will not be voting either.
Okay, so Connie, you have that Rosanna will not be voting.
Correct.
Kathy recused herself, Kathy H.
Thank you.
Anything in the chat?
So passes 38, yes. I didn't see anything in chat. Was there anything in chat? No. So 38 yes, 2 abstain.
Okay.
And 0 no's, sorry.
So we now have 30 minutes for IMC Issues Mediation Committee, nominations and elections. Florence, I'll put a timer on when you guys get started, but you'll be taking care of this, correct?
Yes. And Connie, if you just take down the share screen, please. Hi, yes, I'm Florence F. from Maryland, events chair. Every year we nominate and elect issues mediation committee members. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Chris right now you're the chair, right, Chris? Yeah. To explain about issues mediation committee and to talk about the nominees. And then after that, we will ask for more nominees if there's any on the floor, and then we will vote.
Hi, am I up? I'm Greg from Minnesota, IMC chair, grateful recovering codependent. I'm very happy.
Explain what IMC is.
The Issues Mediation Committee helps with mediations between members or voting entities. And we also have the VEI tracking that we do, which is voting entity issues that we keep track of as the motions come forward to the different committees and the board, and come to this conference. And the last thing that we do also, among other things, is you see the VEL here, which is Chris, and the vice VEL, which is Lori, as they help vet the delegates' selections that were coming to this conference. Yeah, I've served on the IMC for 4 years. It's been a great privilege to grow in CoDA and also on this committee, and to see how challenging it is and how complex it is to bring things to conference. And yeah, is there anything else that I should that you're interested in?
Chris, did you want to add something, or I see your hand up, so I know you're part of the committee.
Actually, yes, I do. I would suggest all the IMC, please stop putting our hands up. If all the IMC could put their hands up so we can do a quick roster check of who is in attendance on the IMC committee. I think it's good to know who has been working so hard this year on the challenges that have come up. I would like to echo a sentiment from Greg. We do dig into the Fellowship Service Manual, the FSM, when people approach us. We are not CoDA cops. We strictly and solely dig into complex situations, and we go back to the principles of our program and help members to find a solution that works for them and for their groups and for their voting entities. So I can testify how much the participation on this committee has supported my growth in program, my understanding, my application of the principles over personalities. And we do have 2 people who have agreed to put their names in to join this committee in this work. I would like to introduce one of them, if I may, Greg.
Yes, absolutely.
So Carmen from Nevada, specifically Las Vegas, has sent out an acceptance to our invitation. So she is applying to be a first-time IMC member. And we do have another, and Carmen, go ahead and raise your hand so you are up front. We do have some time for some questions. Who would like to introduce our other nomination?
Yes, we have Jorge B. from Mexico, who was a delegate this year. And I had spoke with him prior as we were handling different mediations for support, and really feel Jorge has demonstrated with his presence, you know, and his willingness to serve, maturity and practicing CoDA principles. So I'm excited for him to join the IMC. And we also have our returning members, Darlene H. of SoCal. Chris is coming back from Illinois, who was just speaking. Steve S. from Florida. Jillian A. from the UK. Dan R. from Canada. And Lori C. of Georgia. So really thrilled that so many members are coming back to serve. I myself am stepping down from IMC service this year. So yeah, would love if you guys have any questions, any for the delegates, potential new delegates, and the current ones would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that.
One second, Florence.
Yes.
1 sec.
I'd have a question, Greg, for you.
Okay, can we wait? Can you not call out, please? Oh, it's
1 second. I need to just do a couple of housekeeping things here. It is 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. is the time that our first stretch break of 5 minutes was to occur. So what does the floor want to do at this point with that break?
This is Evie. I have a motion.
Okay, Evie.
I propose that we skip the break since we've only been going for an hour.
Okay, does anybody second that motion?
Second.
Who is that? Sally.
Neil from the board seconded.
Okay, so Connie, you've got Evie S. brought the motion, Sally seconded the motion to bypass the break. Can I have a poll come up, please?
Can I clarify that would then, we have the IMC, I just want to make it clear to everybody, we have the IMC elections to finish, and then we would hear from Canada for another 30 minutes before we would break for lunch. Just want to make sure everybody understands that before they vote. Okay.
Okay. Who's bringing the poll?
I will. I had the IMC
Okay.
pull up, so it'll take me a second. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I apologize to interrupt. I do have another nomination. I didn't know
Okay,
when that stopped.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor right now, so we can't do anything until we vote on this motion.
Okay.
So let's do this first. Thank you.
So currently we are voting on skipping our break.
I don't see anything in the chat. I don't see anything moving here.
Okay, so it passes by 67%, 26 yeses, 12 nos, 1 abstain.
Okay. So, Darlene, were you wanting to bring another motion or you're trying to nominate somebody for IMC?
I am trying to nominate someone for IMC.
Okay, so hold on just 1 second. So we are now going to, let me just set another timer here really quick. Okay, IMC, go ahead.
Darlene, codependent, IMC, Issues Mediation Committee. I would like to nominate Shannon O of Canada. I really appreciate the ability to try to look at those details. And in that FSM, there's a lot of details that we look at and procedural stuff. So unfortunately, we missed the meet and greet, but she did reach out and we talked last night. So there's a little bit of process of what fits, and she agreed, and I'm thrilled she did, and I'm happy to nominate.
Nice.
Okay, I am making this poll and I just realized that Connie, did anyone send you the list of nominations? So that you can get it quickly in the database?
Nope. No, we don't have it.
Okay, Kevin, can you send her the list of the nominations and add Shannon O from Canada so she can put it in the database? Please, thank you. I'm adding her to the poll, Shannon O from Canada. And then
Okay.
are you complete with nominations? I will start taking questions for the nominees.
Yeah. That,
Who's saying yeah? I'm out of my screen here. Okay. Who is saying yes? Are you,
okay,
you guys are complete?
Yeah, it sounds like we're complete. We have 3 nominations. Greg is leaving the committee and the other members that are continuing. So we just have to match that into the motion. And then I think we'd be open for the questions.
Okay, so if anyone has any questions to any of the nominees, can you please put your raised hand up and I will call on you in order. Someone is asking if the new nominees can raise their hands so that they will be at the top. I have Dan R with a question. Dan, go ahead, and we're going to limit our questions to 1 minute each. So Catherine, if you could time, please, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, Dan R. from CoDA Canada, alternate delegate. Just a question of process. In the polling, do the members need 50% or more? Like it was with core and the board to get voted in? How does that work?
They just need a simple majority.
Simple majority, 50, okay, thanks.
All right, so let me lower your hand. Jorge, your hand is up because you are one of the nominees, correct? Okay. Melly has a question. From Melly C from Arizona.
Melly from Arizona.
Hi,
I have a
Melly.
question for all the candidates. What message from CoDA will you carry in your service that resonates to you?
So you want an answer from all of the nominees?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Jorge, I guess I see you up there at top, so I'm going to start with you.
Thanks. I think to me it's very simple. What I need to do is leave my thoughts and my predilections, aside and just stick to the CoDA, the traditions, the steps, and the service manual. That
Thank
would be
you.
my message. Yeah.
Thanks. Carmen.
Hi, thank you. I joined CoDA in 2004 in Chicago. And from that day to now, it's always been about having healthy relationships with people, businesses, every aspect of my life, learning how to have healthy relationships. So I anticipate carrying that into CoDA service on this level. I am doing CoDA service and have done CoDA service just about from day one. It's just, learning more about this committee, this service entity, so that I can be valuable. That's my goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen. Shannon.
Hi, everybody. Shannon from Canada. I think one of the things that I really try to always go back to is Tradition 5. And especially if I'm feeling really confused, it's really a good way to get clear and put the spotlight on the main thing being the main thing. And Tradition 3 as well, that the only requirement for membership is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. I think that message has been really shown to me in how the people who've supported me in doing service work, that's so key to being able to work together, and that it's a we program and nothing gets done by any one individual. It's all of us. So thanks.
Okay, Chris, I don't have you guys in an order, so if you want to go, you know who's here, right? That's left, that's nominated. So Chris, you can go first.
Well, the one thing that I try to bring to IMC is
Introduce yourself, sorry.
Apologies. Chris J, recovering codependent from Illinois, IMC member. The one thing that I really bring into the work that I'm trying to do in my recovery is balance. I am a huge fan of the traditions. The steps help me play nice with myself and God. Traditions help me play well with others. And the service concepts are very powerful. I really try not to play favorites with my traditions, because I find that it is what works for me is finding which traditions I have to balance, because if I start putting traditions one over another, I get myself into trouble. I need to find the balance with all my traditions in my work, and that's what I try to bring to IMC. I'm complete.
Thanks, Chris. And I do have a list from my poll. So is Steve S here? I thought I saw him earlier.
He was here earlier.
He's muted.
Okay, for some reason my spacebar wouldn't do that. Hi, Steve S. I'm a recovering codependent. I've been on Issues Mediation Committee for, I believe, 5 years now, and was thinking about rotating off, but I am interested in a project that we are going to collaborate with other committees in CoDA to help define voting entity structure and recognition, as well as keeping up some kind of contact database for the voting entities. So that's my main goal, and I have learned a lot in this service. I remember, I don't know who it was that said service is the diamond path to recovery. They weren't kidding. That's that CoDA diamond that is on our logo. Let me tell you, it works if you work it. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Darlene, 8.
Darlene, codependent. I love how we're tasked with still monitoring the videos during our own little voting thing here. So I'm like on WhatsApp and I'm trying to text stuff. And so I apologize. Can we please repeat the question? Because I've been trying to listen and watch as well.
The question came from Melly. Can you repeat?
Melly from Arizona. My question was, what message from CoDA will you carry in your service that resonates with you?
Oh man, through the group conscience process, so much, I'm getting goosebumps, so much wonderfulness has been created by previous trusted servants through literature, through the Fellowship Service Manual, through all of those foundational documents y'all approved. And I am just thrilled that our new members mentioned those concepts, as well as talking about service and those kinds of documents. And so there's a lot of wealth that's already out there. And through our experience, strength, and hope, trying to just empower the codependent who still suffers with that stuff that they may or may not be introduced to, and using the power of the group conscience through those materials to hopefully be able to resolve and create better CoDA unity. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Remind everyone to mute. I'm not sure who the background noise was. Dan R. from Ontario.
Dan R. from Ontario, Canada, part of the CoDA Canada Steering Committee and the IMC. To answer Melly's question, the principles that everybody has mentioned already are especially important. And I've had to dig into my own bag of experience, strength, and hope, which was limited, if you wish. But by being on the IMC, I've had to really ask my higher power to make me understand all the more, especially the concepts and the traditions, as well as the steps. But I like to encourage people that submit issues / grievances to the IMC, that the group and the members within those groups solve their own issues. We have a working process already that the IMC has established, but to encourage them in their group conscience to resolve their issues. And if not, well, we are there. And like Chris said, we're not the police. We're not, the final authority. It is higher power. And all of that has been coming together for me in my message being on the IMC. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I have Lori C. from Georgia. She here?
I'm here. Thank you all. And I echo my fellow members, everything they've said. For me, particularly would be principles above personalities, and keeping and being non-judgmental, and just being able to point to the source of our fellowship service manual, of our processes and principles, and not be, point to the source, not be the source. Maintain CoDA unity and just stay focused for one another, for CoDA as a whole. And I love being on this committee. Thank you all.
Thanks, Lori. Jillian, is it Jillian? I hope that's the right way to say your name.
Thank
Jillian
you.
A. from the UK.
Yeah, I'm Gillian A. from the UK, a member of the National Service Committee in the UK. I've been on the IMC for the last year. I'm on other committees as well. But the IMC is just unbelievable. I have learned so much in this last year. I'm plowing through the Fellowship Service Manual. But for me, it's a wonderful group of people. I'm learning all the time, but I'm learning about myself and being able to pass that on to others in the fellowship.
The feelings I have of the IMC are unity, compassion, trust, and a love of the fellowship of CoDA. And of course, using the service concepts, which we read at every meeting, the one of the month, really, really important. And of course, the traditions as well. The traditions are the lifeblood, I believe, of the program. And in the IMC, we follow those traditions. And the wonderful recovery seen there, and being able to hopefully pass that on to others who are struggling, maybe at these very difficult times, but somehow or other, we have lots of sense of humor, wonderful sense of unity within the group. And I would urge people who wish to give service to come forward, because it really is a wonderful, wonderful committee. And I'm very honored to have been a member and hopefully continue past.
Thanks, Jillian. I need to get a time check from Catherine on how much time we've taken so far.
There's 7 minutes left.
Okay, so I saw Gail had her hand up, so just be mindful that we really don't have time to do a whole round robin again with only 7 minutes left. So try to direct your questions. Thanks, Gail.
Thank you so much. First off, IMC has a very special place in my heart. I love you all. And that's where I got my real start with World Service, was with IMC for many years. And I'm very grateful for that service. So my questions are to the 3 specific brave souls who have volunteered or been nominated here, because you are in for some great adventures with IMC and that family. The question very specifically is, to those 3 individuals, what attracted you to IMC to take this bold step?
Okay, thanks, Gail. We'll start with Jorge.
Yeah, Jorge B with Mexico. And Greg and I spoke about, I don't know, probably 3 months ago, where there was an issue, and he explained what the IMC does and all that. And I was just so attracted about the level of service that is needed in order to solve issues. And when you're talking about solving issues, is you're putting your emotions, you're putting everything away, and you're trying to stick to what CoDA mandates, basically. And that's what the balance that Dan spoke about, I think, is what I'm trying to find here. I'm always trying to find a balance in what I do, and this type of service will bring me closer to the balance that I need. Thanks.
Thank you, Jorge. Carmen.
Thank you, Carmen. I'm a delegate from Southern Nevada, Las Vegas. For me, I've been trying to, if you may say, get in where I fit in. I first came to my first international in Phoenix, and I joined a committee. I think it was something about international something or other. Well, the person who was the chair dropped out of CoDA, so my name just got lost. And then in California, I was trying to get connected, and it just didn't happen. I think it was my fault. And then in Atlanta, I talked to a lot of different people, and I think this committee I was trying to get connected with, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly, but I think and last year being a Zoom, I didn't really try to make any connections, and I think I wasn't ready. Well, I think I'm ready now. And Darlene reached out to me. She sent me a private message and asked me to join, and it just felt good. It felt good for someone to seek me out. And I knew that I wanted to get more involved. So that's pretty much how it happened for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen. And Shannon next.
Hi, thank you, Shannon from Canada. And I also had Darlene reach out to me as well, and had a really great discussion with her about this committee and the work, and how I might be able to give service to the committee. And I've had folks in CoDA Canada steering committee encourage me to offer to serve at the world level. And I do think this committee would be a really good fit for me, just because in my own life, harmony and finding solutions for conflict and finding better ways of working together is something that I'm really passionate about. I did take this to my sponsor and my higher power, and after reflection, decided to say yes to the nomination, and I'm very honored. So, and yeah, if I end up working with you, I can't imagine what kind of growth is going to happen from that, because it's always a surprise where service takes you in your spiritual journey. So thank you.
Thanks for sharing, Shannon. I believe we're out of time for questions, so I see other hands up, but I apologize. But I think we're going to go to the vote. And there are 9 prospective nominees. The 3 you just heard from are new to the committee. The other ones are returning members. No one is competing against each other. You can vote for all, none, 3, 4, 5, whoever you want. And I did set up the poll the same way I set up for the CoDA board. So you just do yes, no, abstain. Okay. So I'm going to launch. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Sorry, guys. To be in consistency, you guys have to sign out of the meeting.
That's what I thought.
Sorry.
We'll log back on when you tell us.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who can't vote?
Are you asking IMC before they leave? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Chris.
Actually, yes, there is. Ruth Ann had left the room and she recused herself. Thank you for your integrity. And just to be clear, we can sign off and then sign back on. We'll be in the waiting room and then you'll let us back in.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to relaunch. Are people seeing it? I don't see votes coming in.
I see it, but I don't see votes coming in. Now they're coming.
Give us a little time.
Oh, sorry. I guess you're, I see. You have to answer each one before. I see. That's time.
That's time for IMC. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll just finish the vote and then.
Yeah.
I'm clicking submit and it's not going in.
I think you have to answer everyone.
Yeah, you do.
So if you can say yes, no, or abstain. I'm going to give it like at least 2 minutes since they're having to vote on more than one. I know in the past we did it as a slate. I thought this might be easier, but maybe it's taking more time. Sorry, guys.
I think it was efficient.
Okay, so it's 2 minutes. Is there anyone who still needs time? Just yell out if you do. Okay, I'm going to end the polling. And we have our IMC. Everyone is voted back in. We don't need numbers on, I don't think we need numbers on this, do we?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess just Connie will indicate that all of those 9 members that we sent to you
Yes.
were elected by over 2/3 majority, actually, each one. So,
Yes, thank you.
okay.
I don't see them in the waiting room.
Can they come back in? They're not in the waiting room. Chris just came and asked me if he can come back in.
Yes, they can come back
Yeah.
in now.
He said, okay.
How are you guys doing that? Are you like in 2 separate rooms so you don't like?
Yes, we are. And I could hear him going clunk, clunk, clunk. I'm like, he doesn't know if he can come back. But it's all good. It's all good. Thank you.
Is he going to be able to contact the rest of the IMC to let them know? Because I don't.
I believe so. He had his phone and he was doing that thing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So as soon as they all come back, I need to bring something up before we move forward.
Just let me know when everyone is back.
Yep.
Steve S. here, I'm back.
I see you. Oh, there's Chris is here. Dan is here.
I'm back.
It's hard for me to.
Lori had to log off. So
Okay.
it's best that we inform her of the results.
Okay. All right. I see Jillian's back. Carmen's back. Is everyone here? Okay. I'm pleased to tell you guys that all 9 of you made it on back onto Issues Mediation Committee. Thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda is the CoDA Canada's motion of 30 minutes. And we are 10 minutes out to our lunch. So I wanted to just bring that to the floor's attention and allow you to bring something forward if you want to, or we just continue on.
Judy has her hand up.
Thank you.
Yes.
I suggest that we break now for lunch and reconvene in 30 minutes.
So you're saying 30 minutes instead of 40 minutes?
Yes.
You're asking to shorten lunch.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
that is a motion on the table to break now for lunch for 30 minutes instead of 40. Does anybody want to second that motion?
Linda V.
Okay,
Dave
Linda
S.
V is seconding. that
I lost
motion.
my name to mute. I'm sure I'm mute. I second that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Linda V. from
Connie,
Dave
Florida.
asked, can I add a friendly amendment to that? We need to remember that we had a new business. It's supposed to be right after lunch, so we might want to deal with that now somehow.
I thought when
Thank
we
you.
make changes like that, everything just gets bumped out.
Fine, I just want to
Okay.
remind everybody of that.
Yeah, okay,
Yep. Okay, do you have a poll for me?
I do. So we're voting on a 30-minute lunch now. Okay. And what's in the chat? I see a no. Don is a yes.
I see 2 no's and 1 yes.
Okay, so we have, I'm going to end at 30 seconds for the procedure one. So it's 1 yes, you said, so 32 yeses, 11 no's, 0 abstain. So we break now for our 30-minute lunch. And when we come back, we will hear Canada's motion And following that will be new business.
So that's 10:01. We can put the timer up.
So Melly, while you're here, you sent me that motion in the email. I don't remember if it was on an actual motion form, but if you could do that now and send it to events so that I can send it to Connie.
Melly from Arizona, are you asking me to email it to events?
Yes, I'm asking you to put it on a procedural, put it on a motion form and send it to events.
Bonnie, if you could put a timer up that just, we're coming back at 10:01.
Was the motion, sorry, was the motion to shorten
Break now.
the break or to start it now? I didn't see
No,
it on the.
It's we're taking lunch now for 30 minutes. That
But
passed.
it was only to shorten it.
Right, we
No,
cut,
it-
no,
yeah,
we
yeah.
did, it was for both, yeah.
It's for both, to take it now and to shorten it.
And
So we're
what's
back
the
at 1
time?
o'clock.
How many minutes?
Like 28 now.
Yeah, I have that we're coming back at 10:01.
Okay, so then 27, 20, 29, I guess. 28. Just put 28 up. I just thought we'd just be back at 1 o'clock.
Hi, this is Ancy. Is anybody doing anything in hospitality on the shortened break?
Kathy? Are you here?
I don't see Kathy here.
Okay.
Probably not.
Kevin, do you know? Is Kevin not here either?
Everybody ran to the bathroom. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
I don't know, you can try the link and see if anyone's in there. I can't go in there because it takes me out of the meeting and messes me up, so I can't check.
We don't want you messed up. All right, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Sorry, Florence, I was addressing something else. What was it that you wanted, or can I go?
What did you say?
That's what I said. What did you say? Because I was on something else, and is there something I can help you with or not?
Oh, just the hospitality suite that somebody was asking if it's open.
Oh, yeah. I have nothing on that.
Right.
No one's in hospitality.
Okay, thanks, Shaf.
Yeah, my avocados are still hard. So I have this instead. And it's quicker. Boom. Yeah, get a label. They tell you to just drop it off at these places now. They don't even give you a label anymore. Yeah. Yeah.
Sarah, how are you doing? Sarah, can you hear me? No? Hello?
We could hear you.
Okay.
Catherine.
Thank you. I was starting to get nervous.
I sensed that.
It's like, oh no.
You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's so good to see your face. How's your lovely wife?
She's doing well.
Good.
Yeah. She appeared at the end of the party last night. That's
Oh, she
finance
did.
had. Yes.
She went to
And-
game night.
Well, she got in the last little bit of it.
Oh, okay.
and said hello to some people, but we had a great time last night.
That's
and
good.
it was all Rob. Rob has done a great job of being our chair.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
That is awesome. Tell her I said hi.
My granddaughter
I
said
did.
that my name was being called out from the screen.
Oh,
Is that true?
during game night?
Oh no, not game night, Florence.
Oh.
Or-
Maybe she was
No
imagining.
one needs me?
Oh, no.
Not
No,
right now.
Eat your lunch. You've got 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
I
It's
just
hard-
saw it.
I
but
brought
my
mine.
granddaughter came down and said she heard Florence.
Oh,
Oh.
Sarah.
I was saying Sarah.
Oh.
I was saying, hi, Sarah, how are you? And Sarah,
No.
Sarah wasn't. she
Hi,
wasn't
Abby.
responding.
Hi, I was just talking to Leo.
Hi, Leo.
He's
How
not
are you, my dear?
me.
I missed everybody
No,
in
Sarah.
hospitality suite. Like I really wish I could visit, but it's hard for me to come in and out of the meeting without losing control of everything. So
I had to go walk the dog, which is why I'm now eating my lunch.
yeah, I'm gonna go get my water. I forgot my water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to have lunch at 9:57.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, but for those of us where it's almost 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that sets me up for eating 4 meals today.
Oh.
Oh, is that my problem?
Yeah. Yeah. You know what it's like when you have breakfast at 5?
Yes, I do. It was not quite that early, but I was ready for something to eat.
It's so convenient to blame that on CoDA too.
I know. Totally. Totally.
It's always nice to have something to blame, right?
Yeah. 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 So Lou, I retired 30 days ago.
I saw that. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I'm, it's kind of like my most important things in life moving forward are golf and my service work. So, and vacationing,
Yeah,
being
well,
able to
yeah.
travel.
And
Yeah.
now we can.
Yes, I know. I know.
Yeah, but
Be
golf
careful.
and service work are vacation time, aren't they?
Yeah.
Catherine, be careful.
Yeah.
I retired 11 years ago. And I've been,
You're still busy.
I'm still busy.
Yeah. Well, that's
So-
your retirement. At least,
Well,
just to
yeah.
not have my life defined by my job is
absolutely.
my husband says that I'm so happy.
I'm
He's
gonna
like,
say
"You're in
Evie's
such a
taking
good
care of,
mood."
Evie's taking care of me, Leo and me.
Not the same way though.
Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
God, what did I miss?
Okay.
But I've been living with Leo for 30 years, so that's where my mind went.
I'm
Not
just
mine.
Years.
Not my mind.
I'm sorry, what?
Conversation is interesting. Yeah, Catherine, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank
Good to
you.
be.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you in withdrawals, Catherine, from, no, not at all.
No, people have said, God, you were so, 40 years, and they thought that I would have a hard time, but I just it was very clear to me, and the universe and my higher power just kept showing me. And my husband and I had kind of worked on everything to be, you know, for the last several years to prepare for it. And it all just fell into place. I had no questions whatsoever. It was really awesome. I got a little nervous when it came right down to it at the very beginning, but then as soon as I moved into it, it was the right thing, which is awesome. Awesome, awesome.
Come on, fan.
You prepared for it.
Yep.
Anything that frees you up so you can be facilitator at CoDA conferences is a good thing.
Yeah, well, she won't be able to be though, because she's gonna be on the board.
Yes,
Who's gonna facilitate next year?
they're gonna have to find someone new, or Lisa will be back in the seat, or someone else, or
Evie. Evie.
Excuse me?
yeah, there you go, Evie. So
But I'm a
everybody,
delegate. I
let's
wouldn't
get
be able
ready
to
for
be.
quorum. Timer. Let's get ourselves ready. Raise your hands, unmute yourselves, show me your faces. Hope you had a good lunch or a good break, or
My lunch was very unsatisfying.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to start counting because there's a lot of hands flying up here.
I want what yes.
Connie, do you have me backed up?
I'm ready.
Great. Karen.
Did you say Karen?
I did. Karen D.
I'm number 1.
Salvador.
2.
James K.
3.
Lisa J.
4.
Shannon O.
5.
Ruth Ann.
6.
Melly.
7.
Gail.
8.
Sally.
9.
Philip.
10.
Pete.
11.
Linda V.
Missed it by 1, 12.
Isn't that funny? Evie.
My second time at 13.
Okay. Matt.
14.
Liz H.
15.
Barbara D.
16.
Tina R.
17.
Juliet.
18.
Carmen.
19.
Ann C.
20, my husband's vacuuming.
Leisha.
21.
Chris K.
22.
Burl.
23.
Nora.
24.
Krista Z.
25.
Madeline.
26.
Boy, I just brutalize your name every single time. Linnea.
27.
Thank you. Freddie.
28.
Perfect. We have quorum. I am going to lower all hands because we have hit our number. And we now are going to start with CoDA Canada's motion. Who's going to be presenting? Connie, can you bring that motion up?
That's me.
Okay. So when the motion comes up and then whenever you are ready, we will get started.
You got it. Thank you.
I have it up. Do you see it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Dan R. from CoDA Canada. The only hat I'm going to wear here is being a member of the CoDA Canada Steering Committee. We all had a hand in preparing this document / booklet / whatever. And this was passed last year, and we're in for a final approval from you guys. So I'd like to read the motion and the intent just for this one time, and then any other times I'll just go with the motion. So here we go. For CoDA to adopt gender. I don't think this is the one, folks.
Oh, you know what, Connie?
This is the VEI that we
Connie,
have.
this is Melly's. We need Canada's motion. I'm going to pause on the time here.
On my screen, it does say Canada Steering Committee, so I'm going to stop sharing and restart again.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'm going to share again. We're still seeing the CoDA Canada Steering Committee.
That's not it.
Yeah, that's
No,
not it.
that's, yeah, this isn't CoDA Canada.
In the zip file, look for the voting entity literature. There's just the one file there. Well, the motion file.
So,
so
what
I
is
just-
the motion that Canada is bringing today?
Well,
This
can
is
I
not
just
the
speak
one-
real quick, please? Please, this is Connie.
Yeah.
So on my screen, let me read to you what I'm seeing that I don't know why you're not. It says CoDA Canada Steering Committee. And then it says for CoDA to adopt gender inclusive language, but it's got the words Canada in it.
Yeah, that's not the right one.
Okay, I'm gonna close this. And if somebody can send me the right one, because we pulled that from the folder.
All right, I'm
Scroll
gonna
down.
look.
No,
I'm looking. I'll try to bring it up. Let me try.
Can you just share your screen, Florence?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we can write down the changes and we can make the changes as you're doing it, but thank you.
Okay. So voting entity report. Let me see. Wait a minute. Issues. So it should be under motions, right?
I think it's a VEI issue.
in the zip
It's
file.
under VEI literature.
Oh, we pulled it
On the
from.
delegate packet, it's under VE literature, motion 1, CoDA Canada.
And then there's a.
Oh, I see. I
document
see.
which is
Okay.
Related to.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Mhm.
Do you have it? I have it too.
I got it.
Okay.
Unless you want to do it, you can do it and make the you'd be doing the crafting.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Am I not in? I think I'm kicked out on this one. Wait a minute. I'm not in on this computer.
Carol, can you share why?
Yeah, can you just go ahead and do,
on?
yeah.
Just share and then Florence will get on and she'll craft. Okay. There we go.
I don't
Yeah.
think she can craft while I'm sharing, so.
I just shared it with you, Connie, and
Because this is my
WhatsApp.
document.
This is not it.
No, this isn't it.
Nancy O from CoDA Canada, or sorry, from CoDA Board. I just shared it with you in WhatsApp, Connie.
Nancy, WhatsApp is only on my cell phone, not my laptop. So if you
Okay,
could email it to me, then I can pull it up.
This is the one we're talking about.
Yeah.
Are you sharing, Kevin?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So are you comfortable crafting? Because otherwise I can try to get it up.
I'm comfortable crafting. You have to
Okay, so
excuse
then
my
you do
poor
it.
typing and spelling, but
That's all right.
You are a bad speller.
Kevin, could you remove all the enters, those signs? Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
All right. How does this work?
That's
Go ahead.
awesome.
All right, go ahead.
All righty. So I've already introduced myself. Here we go with the motion. Following the presentation and provisional acceptance of the draft version of Service Concepts Alive and Strong booklet at the 2020 CSC, we now wish to present this document for official approval as CoDA endorsed literature to be made available in printed booklet form. So for this one time, like I mentioned, I'd like to read the intent, please. As the sole piece of literature available addressing the CoDA 12 service concepts, this booklet can now be used by all CoDA members worldwide to improve their understanding and practical application of the service concepts. Thank you very much. This is a tool for recovery for the fellowship to encourage individual growth in recovery, promote healthy and loving relationships, as well as improve the integrity of service work at all levels of our service structure. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go with 6 minutes of questions. And those that have questions, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Any questions? Okay. Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. Thank you very much for bringing this. My question is, has anybody else within CoDA World Service looked at this, i.e. the board, literature committee, etc.? Thank you.
The literature committee was the committee, I guess, that got the assignment of this booklet. And they had sent me an edited version of it this last spring. So they were the ones that did take a look. Yes.
Elise?
Oh, sorry, I was having with my spacebar muting, not muting. Yeah, actually, it was in reference to that. I am a member of the literature committee, and we did have a group that went over it. I wanted to make sure you all knew that. And but what I don't know is how extensive the revisions were, the corrections were between what was on the website and what's going to print today. And so, and I know I could compare them side by side, but having not done that, I wonder if you could fill me in on how that went. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one that posted it on the website. I only saw the edited version from the literature committee. So if they're comparable or not, if they're the same, I wouldn't know. I do know that after last year, the one that was posted was the version before literature looked at it. Now, if they made the change afterwards, I'm not sure.
JG.
Yeah, similar question. I was at the conference, CSC, last year, excuse me. And the issue was raised by literature in terms of some editing. So I think it's really important actually to understand whether those edits were made, whether they were accepted, whether they were rejected. Dan, just what is your overall sense of, were you in agreement with the literature committee's feedback? Thank you.
I appreciate that question, Jay. I was kind of reticent at first when the edits came in, and I forget the lady's name that did that sent it to me. And I wanted to maintain the integrity or the significance of the message of the booklet, and it was still intact 100%. So all of the edits that were proposed, except for maybe one out of the, I don't know, maybe 1,000 different edits, were all approved by myself. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Judy T.
Oh, I was going to ask about the same thing. So that the edits sent by Literature Committee were by and large accepted by Canada.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Matt?
I think it's been answered a couple times, but just clarification. It's my understanding this was presented last year and will follow the guy who was posted and edited, had a year. This will make it approved or endorsed literature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Leslie C.
I'm Leslie, and I'm on the literature committee, and I'm the one who interacted with Dan, sent him the suggestions. And I can speak to the changes that were suggested were all, or I guess not quite all, but all, almost all style sheet changes to comply with our style sheet, word changes that we thought helped clarify what was being said. And basically, at no point did we attempt to rewrite the concept of any of the submission from Canada. We simply offered some suggestions for cleaning it up. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, for your feedback there. Nice to see you.
Jillian?
I'm Gillian from the CLC, and I can confirm that the essence of everything was kept, and that we're very grateful for the things that were accepted. And it's a great addition to literature. It really, truly is, and has wonderful, wonderful questions afterwards. I think it will be really used right through the fellowship. And I can confer with Leslie about the changes, and thank you for your graciousness of accepting those changes, Dan. Pass.
Judy T.
Yes, hi, I'm Judy from Massachusetts. In the motion, it says that you're asking for approval as conference endorsed literature to be made available in printed booklet form. That's a very specific thing in CoDA. I wonder if that's what you intend and if literature agrees with that, because it could be a handbook or it could be a service item that could be available on the website. So I wonder if that specific wording is something that you and literature have agreed on, and CORE. It's also an issue for CORE. Thank you.
Thank you. When the motion was submitted, I remember writing this in as it is in printed booklet form. Literature did not address that. They only addressed the document itself. And I knew that question would come up. And I've been debating in my own mind, do I want to limit this to print or to be made available as a downloadable on the website, for example? And my response would be, if I could have both, and I'll explain why, to me, that would be ideal. I don't even know if that's possible. The printed version, which since we addressed it and accepted it in our group conscience at CoDA Canada, we have the booklet available in print. And a lot of the members of the steering committee did suggest, well, you're going to reach a lot more people by having it as a downloadable. And I accepted that. I mean, that's great. The thing is that for me, and this is just my thought, I like a book, something in between two covers. It's stapled, it's neat. I can put on my shelf with the rest of my literature. But I agree that as a downloadable, some people prefer, a stack of 25 or 30 sheets, whatever, and have that. So I'll leave that up to the powers that be and to higher power as to how that goes. Thank you.
Hey, Dan, you've got 3 hands up, but you're out of time for questions. So do you want to give more time to questions, or would you like to go to pros and cons?
Yeah.
So
please.
how much more time would you like? I've got 2 hands up right now. You want to do 2 questions?
Yeah, 2 questions, a minute each.
Okay. So Barbara?
Barbara D., CoDA board, formerly of the core board. Are you aware that pamphlets, booklets like this that are kind of service oriented and very specific are not particularly saleable on, for example, on the core store? And so it's not cost effective normally to print the small number of these that would be sold off the core store?
Well, I'm not aware exactly of policies and procedures at the core level. Our CDRS, which is the equivalent up here in Canada, they decided to go with the print. This booklet addresses all members of the fellowship and not just service people in service. So in that sense, I mean, that can make it a downloadable, it'd be available for everybody. And that's what I hope would happen. It's not just limited to us here, or people in service. So cost, I don't know if cost is a valid point, but I accept what you say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Krista Z.
Hi, Krista Z, Canada delegate. Would you be open to crafting dance to open up the opportunity for more printed
Yes.
versions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the last question that Dan wanted to take. I am going to lower hands. We are going to go to pros and cons. Those that would like to be a pro, please raise your hand. Okay, those that would like to be a con, please raise your hand. I do not see any cons. If while we're going through this, you decide you want to be a con, raise your hand and I will put you in. Nobody else raise their hand, please. And we will start with pros and cons with Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. I've been coming to conference for quite some time, off and on, and this is a piece of literature that I've wanted to see happen for a very long time, to make the concepts accessible to all people, not just people who hear them every day at conference. I'm very excited about this, and I have a sense it's not going to have a problem passing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next pro is Judy T.
Hi, I'm Judy from Massachusetts, and I don't know if it's now or later, that I would like to propose a slight amendment to the motion
In crafting.
in crafting.
Yeah, we'll do that in crafting, Judy.
Okay.
Thank you. Gail S.
Yes, Gail S. CoDA board, very much in support of this piece of literature as a downloadable, so that we can have ease to get it to everyone. Thank you for all this work. This is awesome.
Thanks, Gail.
Krista Z.
The Canada delegate. I fully think this is an awesome thing, and that the service concepts should be something that has some more description and context to them. So I appreciate all the hard work that's been put into this, and yeah, thumbs up.
And since one of our pros wasn't really a pro, I'm going to call on Jillian for the last pro.
Jillian, codependent from the CLC and IMC. I support this, very much pro. I think the health idea of the concepts and the way it's been written with all the questions afterwards are useful to newcomers and old-timers. I think it could be great as a download, but I think it also should be printed, because I think each group should certainly have at least one copy that groups can work with. And certainly in the UK, I think we would definitely want to have it in booklet form. I think it'll be really successful. And thank you for your service, Ross.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it with pros. Nobody raised their hand to be a con. Dan, you said you were open to crafting, correct?
Yes, I did.
This is Linda V, recovering codependent from Florida. Just a quick question. Can we craft something that's coming back for a second year? Just a question.
If we craft the motion and not the document, I'm totally open to it. Yeah.
And I just would like to put a friendly reminder to please put those questions down in the chat.
Okay. So if you want to craft, I see you've raised your hands. And we are going to start with Madeline.
Thank you, Madeline from Florida. Okay, I'm in the core board and I'm looking at the future. I like it. I like this and it's gonna be nice. I'm looking at the future and I would like to craft it, whether you would say printed and downloadable, because, and I'll explain, because once we get it and it gets translated to Spanish, it isn't feasible for us to send this to Latin America or Spain because the cost of shipping and handling is outrageous. So if we could just add, maybe in the future, but if we could add downloadable so that we can provide this, once it gets translated, we can provide it to other countries in Spanish. Thank you.
So I guess are you asking just at the end here to add and downloadable?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dan, are you okay with that?
Excellent. Yes.
Okay. Kevin, let me know when you're done and I'll ask the next person.
If I spelled it right, should be done.
Okay.
Just so I don't make sure we missed another point of order, there was one about 10 minutes ago from Chris to reminding delegates to turn on their cameras.
Okay, thank you. Sally.
Yeah, that was my craft, but the reason is because I want to make sure that it stays in a printed form. This is something that I agree. Every single group should have a copy of this because it should be more accessible. This is the spirit of CoDA in service, and I really want to see this in the printed form, and I believe that it will be a good seller. Thank you.
Krista Z. Crafting.
Hi, I'm Krista Z, Canada delegate. I'm wondering if to put the specific wording around the restrictions of how it can be available. My recommendation is to follow the literature motions where it would say for the CSC to endorse the approved revised version of service concepts alive and strong as a new piece of literature. That way it just kind of leaves it open for publication. I've put it in the chat if you wanted to copy and paste it, if that's accepted.
Dan?
Could you repeat Krista, please? It sounded good, but I just want to make sure I got it right.
It's also in the chat window, Dan, if you want to bring up your chat window and read it.
Looks good. Thank you. Thanks, Krista.
So Connie, Kevin, are you going to just cut and paste it or you're muted?
I appreciate that the chat seems to make that easier, but that we're not supposed to put crafting in the chat.
See where he's putting it.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Kevin, just let me know when you're done.
So I guess it was then taking everything else after that out. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and then for the beginning of the sentence to say for the CSC to endorse the revised version. For that to, sorry, be at the beginning of the sentence instead of the following the presentation and provisional acceptance, because we have accepted the drafted version. So to say for the CSC to endorse the revised version was what I was going to say versus drafted.
Kristen, you might need to speak up just a little bit. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's just me.
No, someone mentioned that I was quiet. Is this better?
That's good.
Okay.
That's what you're
so yeah, to take out the beginning where it says following the presentation and provisional acceptance. Yeah, just remove that.
That
oh yeah,
all
sorry.
goes away.
I'm up slow on the uptake. Yeah, that's it.
That was your craft.
Oh, it should say the revised version though. So the one that has been revised.
And then all this goes away too. And you're okay with that, Dan?
Yeah, could we, I'm just reading this for the CSC to endorse the revised version of CoDA concepts. I'd like to see CoDA endorsed literature in there. Maybe at the end of what you have, their piece of literature, as a new piece of literature, recognized as CoDA endorsed literature. Am I being redundant there?
Yes.
Okay, so if we wrote for the CSC to approve the revised version, blah, 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 as a new piece of literature recognized as CoDA endorsed literature. How's that? So remove the first endorse in red to approve. For the CSC to approve the revised version.
What do you want to remove?
Right above, right there. And for the CSC, leave that in. For the CSC to approve, remove endorse and replace with approve. The revised version, as a new piece of, okay, remove the literature that's in red as a new piece of recognized of, yes, thank you. And with the period on the end. Thanks, Kev.
So Dan, you've taken up your time right now for crafting, but you have 6 minutes and 25 seconds left before we just need to do our vote and reading back. So do you want to try and craft? You've got 4 hands up right now. I don't know what you want to do.
Well, let's go with a couple. Just
Okay.
2 to begin with.
Okay, so 2
Thanks.
people, and I'm not going to time. We're just doing 2. Judy T.
Thank you. I want to confirm something with CORE actually, because when this says literature, does that preclude it from being a free downloadable service item? Shall we also include that it will be available as a service item? I don't want it to be restricted to a piece of literature that you sell.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah.
Judy?
Yes.
So at the end of that sentence, CoDA endorsed literature and be made available as a downloadable.
Sure. Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, because I think it's real important.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
And Nancy O will be our last craft.
Yes, I think that the discussion was that Dan, you and others wanted it to say printed and available, giving the opportunity for CoDA Canada to print on demand also, you know, if CORE wants to print it at some point down the road, because that's what we had in there initially. Kevin took it out. It was to be made available in printed booklet form and downloadable is the wording we had below that got crossed out.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy, for that point. After as a new piece of, which is in red, as a new piece of printed CoDA endorsed literature, and also right on, be available as a downloadable. Does that sound good, Nancy? I think that was the point we wanted to make.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so those are the 2 the crafts that were left.
Sorry. Gail has something in the bottom that I think should be a crafting, and she needs to put her hand up to offer it.
Okay, so well, Dan, are you open to doing another craft? You've got Barbara's hand up, and you also have Gail asking something as well. You've got 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So you decide.
I think the crafting is important on this.
Okay, so
Thank
two
you.
more crafts, Barbara and Gail. Barbara, you're first.
I was just going to suggest that you make it printed and or downloadable so that it leaves the option of printing. If you just say printed and downloadable, it sounds like it's demanding that it be printed, and that may not be reasonable given financial.
Gotcha. Thanks for
Okay.
that.
And Gail.
Thank you.
Yes, it was put into our chat. It is important, we've got it striked out that this booklet first came to CSC in 2020. It is important that we keep that in the motion to show that this is your second year coming back, so you have followed the protocol with the FSM. So adding in, this was originally submitted at 2020 CSC, and this is the second year coming back, something of that nature. See where you crossed out, Kevin, the 2020 CSC? We need to maintain the integrity of the fact that this is the second year.
Yep.
Give him some exact words, Gail, so he can type.
Brain is not working. Somebody help me.
Can I suggest something, Kev?
It's your motion.
Unstrike that first line. Is that a word, unstrike? So following the presentation, provisional acceptance of the draft version at the 2020 CSC. We request the 2021 CSC, comma instead of a period. Okay. We request the 2021 CSC to approve, blah, blah, blah. The rest as is.
Okay. So Dan, if you could now read that as it is going to be voted on. Please.
The motion reads, following the presentation and provisional acceptance of the draft version of No, the at the end of this, at the end of the line. Okay. Let me start over. The motion is following the presentation and provisional acceptance of the draft version at the 2020 CSC. We request the 2021 CSC to approve the revised version of Service Concepts, Alive and Strong, as a new piece of printed and or downloadable CoDA endorsed literature, period.
Okay, we're going to do 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Wisdom to know the difference.
Chris, is there anybody that should not be voting?
Okay, Evan and Rosanna have recused themselves. And I have a number of badge passes. I just want some clarity that Sally and Debbie are voting for SoCal, I'm sorry, NorCal, and that Philip, Deborah, Marlene, and Sarah are voting for people that have passed them a badge.
That is correct, Chris, for NorCal.
Thank you.
And then you also saw that in chat, Kathy H said she had recused herself.
Yes.
Is that on this one?
Kathy H. Yes, she recused herself on this one. Thank you.
Okay. So the poll
Polling's been launched.
before I think we should relaunch the poll. Thanks.
Keep forgetting about that reread.
Yeah, yeah. So Dan, can you please reread the motion? Dan, you're muted. But you were doing a great job.
Oh, so many things going through my mind right now. Never mind. The motion reads, following the presentation and provisional acceptance of the draft version at the 2020 CSC, we request the 2021 CSC to approve the revised version of Service Concepts Alive and Strong as a new piece of printed and/or downloadable CoDA endorsed literature, period.
Okay, launch the poll. You have a yes in the chat box.
I'm ending at 45 because it's overwhelming. 39 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstentions. It's passed by unanimous vote.
Okay, so we're going to move forward.
Good job.
Is Melly here? Okay,
Thank you, everybody. Wow.
Okay, Melly. So I am going to turn this over to, yeah.
It's Connie, sorry.
Oh, sorry, minority position. Does somebody want to state a minority position?
But it was unanimous.
Well, I still have to ask because I keep forgetting. Somebody may still want to say something. Okay, who was talking?
I said point, or I guess somebody made the point, if you have to vote in the minority to offer a minority opinion, isn't that correct?
That's fine. I'm just covering all my bases. My higher power asked me to. So Melly is here. I am going to recuse myself from this motion since I am the chair of ANCOR where this motion is coming from. So I am going to start a timer for you, Florence, and that's all I'm going to do is I will keep the 30 minutes for you, and Events is going to run, or Florence is going to facilitate this motion.
Catherine, are you able to do the other timing too?
Yeah, I can do it all. I'll be in the background.
Terrible.
Yeah,
Okay,
fine. I'll do all the timing. Just tell me each phase and I'll make sure I'm doing that.
Okay, thank you. Melly, are you ready? And Connie, do we have Melly's motion? It was the one you had up prior to Canada.
Melly speaking, I am ready, and this is not my document that you're presenting. Okay, Melly from Arizona again, and this is a previous motion that was sent. So
Dave, David A is not muted. Connie, did you get the one sent to you just like a little while ago in email?
Yeah, you don't see that? That's not it?
No, we see one that was written June 6th.
Okay. Nope, that's the one that we found in the delegate folder.
No, we don't want the one from the delegate folder. It's a brand new one. Did you get it?
No?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I just sent it.
It didn't get forwarded to you. That's why.
I
Okay.
just sent it.
Okay, thank you.
What email did you send it?
It will say CSC. Where did you send it, Carol?
Just a moment, I'll look, Connie.
You sent it to Connie, Gutier.
Yeah, MS source at.
Okay, this is it, right? Okay.
It should say new business in the subject.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sharing my screen. However, with it this way, it's not going to give me time to download this and reopen up as a document.
Okay, we'll wait.
Okay, I'm going to stop.
So
sharing.
Catherine, you're pausing the time, right?
Yep, we're on pause.
Oh, look how she sent.
Could I share until it's up and people can at least read it?
I'm sorry, Carol, what did you want?
Would it be helpful if I share?
These other people mute. I can't hear what she's saying. Sharon V is not muted.
Would it be helpful if I share so it could be read, at least looked at until it's up by?
Yeah, that would be good. Then we could switch at crafting.
I got it.
Oh, she's got it. Okay.
Okay, all yours.
To make us think about it.
Wait.
Can everybody mute, please? Or I'm going to have to mute.
I muted all, so those that are going to be speaking will have to unmute themselves.
Melly, you'll have to unmute.
Okay, Melly from Arizona. I have a question before I begin.
Okay.
The document you had up earlier, that was the VEI for earlier this year, I believe. I don't remember the date. It has a very similar message to the one I sent. What do we do?
No. Well, let's work on this motion, and then they will look at the VEIs later. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I present now?
Yes.
Okay. Melly from Arizona. Welcome, everyone. So in this motion, I called it the new proposed CoDA preamble for all the people. This is the new preamble that I propose in this motion. Codependents Anonymous is a fellowship of people whose common purpose is to develop healthy relationships. The only requirement for membership is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. We gather together to support and share with each other in a journey of self-discovery, learning to love the self. Living the program allows each of us to become increasingly honest with ourselves about our personal histories and our own codependent behaviors. We rely upon the 12 steps and 12 traditions for knowledge and wisdom. These are the principles of our program and guides to developing honest and fulfilling relationships. Can you please scroll down? With ourselves and others. In CoDA, we each learn to build a bridge to a higher power of our own understanding, and we allow others the same privilege. This renewal process is a gift of healing for us. By actively working the program of Codependents Anonymous, we can each realize a new joy, acceptance, and serenity in our lives. Okay, the intent and background and other information. This is to invite any codependents, men, women, and those outside of these labels into the fellowship and its sacred message. To do that, it's really important to keep these messages in the foundational documents preserved. Therefore, really small, simple word changes are in order to preserve that message and still invite all people to CoDA. I added more information about my personal opinion. I'm not sure if we should take this out, but I'll read it anyways.
It's your presentation.
Thank you. No one gets to choose the host body that they're born with. As a biologist, my experience shows that the research.
Go ahead.
As a biologist, my experience has been that the research shows evidence that people are born on a spectrum of sex and gender, and across cultures, this is recognized as well. The spectrum exists in many living beings. For example, garden snails do not exist as male or female. They're called hermaphrodites, having both male and female reproductive parts. We don't call them snails, or we don't call the snails men and women. We call them snails, little worms with the shell homes. People are people, the codependents. We can be inclusive without using the word inclusive. So the original CoDA preamble on their website as of today has the words men and women, which equals living in fantasy. The new proposed CoDA preamble for all the people with the word people, which replaces men and women, equals living in reality. The more time passes, the longer time codependents that identify outside of men and women will potentially suffer and look away from this fellowship. Can you scroll down, please? Where did I stop? Oh, the sacred foundational text should carry the message to as many codependents as possible globally. If this motion passes, this motion will be effective immediately on all CoDA documents that contain the CoDA preamble, including the foundational documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, now we have 6 minutes for questions. And Catherine, if you could start that, and please limit your questions to 1 minute each. Just a second, let me fix my screen here so I can see it better. Okay, Jillian has the first question.
Jillian, codependent. I'm very much in support of this, but I just wanted to ask, I thought that we had already passed this last year, and I presume that this is a verification of what that was. It's just a question, you know, I thought we were already going through with this. Discussed last year, pass.
Melly from Arizona, thank you. I was unaware of what happened with the entity issue that was brought up last year's conference. And so that's why I brought up that question earlier, but I am moving forward with this process as it is.
Thank you.
Evie S.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the only change that is being made is that men and women is being replaced by people.
Melly from Arizona, yes, the only words that will be changed are men and women. That will be changed to just people. That is the only change that I am presenting in this motion. Everything else in the preamble is preserved, just like the CoDA.org website is stated.
PH is next.
I was going to ask if you'd be open to an element of crafting if I was to share that, but I also felt maybe I should bring this as a separate voting entity issue next year, primarily around the repetition hurts my brain at every meeting. It's in the welcome. But I'm gonna, will I be assuming? Would you be open to some minor crafting? But I'm going to assume it's probably no, just to try and help get this through this year.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, are you open to minor crafting?
Okay.
Melly from Arizona, as of now, no crafting on the preamble. The word people is just people.
Ruth Ann is next.
I know my question is redundant, but would you be open to using the word individual, a fellowship of individuals whose common purpose to celebrate that we support each other on our individual journeys is something that CoDA has always done. Just, would you be open to that? That's all I got to say.
Melly from Arizona, I will think about it. And please bring it back up when they ask about crafting.
Burl from Arkansas is next.
Burl S. from Arkansas. Excuse me. The word fellowship also has a implicit gender bias. I was wondering if you'd be open to something more gender or more inclusive, such as Codependence Anonymous is an organization of people.
Melly from Arizona, thank you for that input. I think for right now, we will keep the word fellowship, but I will make note of that for the future.
Okay, I just want to remind people this time for questions, and crafting comes after that. Lou L?
Yes, I would like to know how you can make this statement that it's going to become effective immediately when we've already passed a motion this CSC saying that changes to foundational documents have to take 2 years. So could you respond to that?
Yes, Melly from Arizona. So this would go through the process of the 2 years. So we can edit that part of this motion during the crafting.
Thank you.
Gail S. from the board.
Lou asked my question, I passed.
Thank you. Philip F. from the UK. Philip, you might be muted.
So sorry, I didn't unmute.
Okay. Now we can't hear you. I don't know why. We were hearing you and we lost you.
I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, thank you. I don't know what's happening there. I came in with a minority view, and just in case people were worried about that, I want everyone here to know that I'm supporting the change from men and women to people. I think it's a good change, and I'd like to keep this as
Philip, that's a pro. We can bring that up in pros and cons, but thank
Brilliant.
you for that.
Thank you. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Liz H. from Pennsylvania.
I wonder if you'd be willing to simply take out the words "of people," since they aren't absolutely necessary to the sentence. Then it would just say is a fellowship whose common purpose. But I like Burl's idea, I have to tell you. But anyway, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Melly from Arizona. I'll also think about that one. The document, it's really important that we preserve it as much as possible. So just changing 3 words already is a lot for a foundational document, and changing 5 and 10 and 15 gets messy. So I will think about that. Please bring it up again in crafting, but the word people will be left as people to support my voting entity.
Crystal Z is next. And can we
That's time
okay,
for
so that's time for
questions.
questions. Okay, so then would you like to move to pros and cons, Melly?
Melly from Arizona, yes, let's move to pros and cons.
Okay. So Catherine, I don't know if I'm gonna be as good as you, but I'll try. All right. All right, so hands up for pros, please. So I just take the first 5 down, first 4 down, whatever. Okay. Okay, I'm going to clear. If I can find where you clear. Clear. Okay, can I have hands up for cons? I'm not seeing any hands up for cons. Okay, then let's start with the pros. Judy T.
Hi,
And
Judy.
please limit to 1 minute.
Hi, Judy T. from Massachusetts. I'm very much in favor of this motion. I think it's long.
We lost your voice, Judy.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Judy from Massachusetts. I'm a delegate, and I just want to say this is long overdue. I'm so glad we're addressing this today. Thank you, Melanie, for bringing it forward. I'm very much in favor, and so is my fellowship. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm looking at the other screen. David A. from New York.
David A., voting delegate from New York. If the noises around me are too distracting, I will pass. I support this motion. Can you
Please
hear
mute,
me?
Judy, mute. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, hon.
Thank you, David A., voting delegate from New York. I stand in support of this motion.
You're all set. I'm coming down to let you know that we can't be on the card. I can call.
I got muted. We were hearing from David A. Are you able to speak? You need to unmute.
Yes, I stand in David A., voting delegate in New York. I stand in support of this motion. I thank you, Melly, for your service and bringing this motion. I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I need to ask, since I've done 2 pros, I don't see any hands for cons. I'm looking, okay. All right, so I'm going to go to the 3rd pro, which would be from Linda V, I think from Florida.
Hi, everybody. Linda V, recovering codependent from Florida. I'm in favor of this language. I believe it was discussed yesterday with the Communications Committee motion that this is a change that the AA is proposing in their preamble as well. So I'm forward for that. I would like to me, of people is redundant. I think that those 2 words could be removed and make perfect sense to make it shorter. But with the way it is right now, I have no problem. And I also have no problem with it not going through the 2-year process if there's any discussion on that. So thank you.
I'm still not seeing any con hands up. So Gail S would be the last pro.
Thank you, Gail S. from the CoDA board. Very much in support of this, and this is exactly what AA has already approved for their preamble change, going from men and women to people. Congratulations, great suggestion.
How much time, Catherine, I don't know, were you offering more pros and cons if there was time, or we were just going to crafting?
No.
Okay. So crafting is next, and how long we have for crafting? 6 minutes?
6 minutes.
Okay. Are you open to crafting, Melly? I heard that you were.
Melly from Arizona. I'm open to crafting anything that is not the preamble. So if there's anything on the motion document that is not the preamble, then I am willing to edit, for example, the intent, background, or other pertinent information, or
Melly, we don't edit the intent, but I think you might be referring to the immediate. What was that? The immediate. There was something about it was be available immediately. Was that
oh yes, there's a section in there. Can we look at it?
Yeah, I think. You went too far, Connie. Just stay up in the motion itself. So that's the preambles, the first part. So scroll down a little bit. The renewal process. Oh, where did you put that it was available immediately or something? Somebody said something about that.
Yeah, keep scrolling down.
So it's not in the motion then, right?
I'm not sure. Oh, it's right there. If this motion passes at the bottom. If this motion passes, this motion will be effective immediately on all CoDA documents that contain the CoDA preamble, including the foundational documents. Does anyone want to move that somewhere or change the wording on that?
I have a craft from Judy.
Yes, and that's exactly what I wanted to do, suggest that we remove that sentence.
Remove it?
Remove it. If this motion passes, the motion will take effect immediately. Just remove that.
I just want to remind you that it isn't actually in the motion, but I understand why you guys want to take that out.
Yes, just to make the record clear.
Yeah.
Melly, do you approve?
Can I call for a conscience group voting on that?
So Mally, I think it's a clarification of that there is a whole process that you have to bring it back next year. And so there's no way it can be effective immediately. So I think that's why they want it to take it out. Do you still want to get a group conscience?
I would like to still get a group conscience because this is a foundational document. So this will affect everything we do. And the faster we can get more people involved in CoDA, people that are not identifying as men and women, in my opinion, the better. So I would like to call group conscious voting on effective immediately on this document or not.
Are you talking to us or are you talking to your VE?
Everyone in this meeting.
Oh, well, that's a crafting and it wouldn't be appropriate at this time to ask for a vote on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I would like to put it right below the motion then.
It is below the motion. That's where it is.
Right now, it's right below the background information.
So you want to move it up into the motion?
Yes.
So can Nancy please address this with her because I'm having difficulty, I think, with explaining it.
I've just posted it in the notes. This would require a change, a new motion. We have a separate motion that has a process for foundational document changes. So you cannot put this in this motion. It would have to go back related to all foundational documents. And we would have to create a new motion for that. And if there are other board members who think otherwise, please speak up.
I have my hands up.
Higher power. Trust your higher power, Millie. Oh. Why does this not work? Come on, folks. Show me the chat.
Lawrence, you're muted. I don't know who's talking.
Oh, I'm muted. So I've been talking, muted.
Yeah.
I said, what I said is that we're in crafting. I've asked the board to clarify for the delegate about this wording that would violate a previous motion that has already been passed at conference and that it cannot be put into the motion for that reason. I'm not sure that it's that there's an understanding here.
Melly from Arizona, thank you for clarification, everyone. If that violates another motion, then I am open to taking that out.
Thank you.
Good.
All right, Ruth Ann has the next crafting suggestion.
Again, you asked me to bring this to crafting, and that is, would you be open to using the word individuals? Because I think that's just a more inclusive word. Everybody knows we're people, but we're individuals. We support each other in our individual journey, no matter where you're at, no matter who you are. Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Melly from Arizona. Thank you, Ruth, for your input and bringing that back and reminding me. I will keep people because I am an individual, but a collective healing happens as well. And it's important to remember that what I do affects many people. So I will keep people because it reflects my voting entity. Thank you.
Crystal Z. You might be muted.
Sorry. Recognizing that this is the first year of a 2-year process. After passing the second year, it would become effective immediately.
So what do you need to, so what do you want to craft in the motion?
I would just say as part of the motion that recognizing that this is the first year of a 2-year process.
Where in the motion?
At the bottom.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, repeat, please.
Recognizing this is the first year of a 2-year process.
And that beep means we're out of time for crafting, but I'll allow this to finish and then we can address if she wants more time for crafting.
Okay. Recognizing this is the first year of a 2-year process, upon passage next year, this will become effective immediately in all CoDA literature.
Okay. Melly, you're out of time for crafting. Would you like to request more time?
You have 5 minutes and 14 seconds left for your entire motion.
Thank you, everyone. Melly from Arizona. I like the input that was put about recognizing this is the first year. So I would like to keep that because it is just acknowledging that. Thank you. And no more crafting.
Okay, great. All right, so can we read the motion in full?
Yes. Melly from Arizona, the new proposed CoDA preamble for all the people. Codependence Anonymous is a fellowship of people whose common purpose is to develop healthy relationships. The only requirement for membership is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. We gather together to support and share with each other in a journey of self-discovery, learning to love the self. Living the program allows each of us to become increasingly honest with ourselves about our personal histories and our own codependent behaviors. We rely upon the 12 steps and 12 traditions for knowledge and wisdom. These are the principles of our program and guides to developing honest and fulfilling relationships with ourselves and others. In CoDA, we each learn to build a bridge to a higher power of our own understanding, and we allow others the same privilege. This renewal process is a gift of healing for us. By actively working the program of Codependence Anonymous, we can each realize a new joy, acceptance, and serenity in our lives. Recognizing this is the first year of a 2-year process, upon passage next year, this will become effective immediately in all CoDA literature. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a 30 seconds? And if you could time that for me, Catherine, please.
Yep. God.
God, grant me the serenity. To accept the
accept the
things
things I
cannot change.
courage to
Courage
change
Change
the
the
things
things
I
I
can,
can.
and wisdom
And
to
the
know the
wisdom to know the
Wisdom
difference.
to know the difference.
Thank you. Can we reread?
Amend, but very pertinent point of order, the vote counts. 2/3 this year and 3/4 next year. Apologies for breaking
You're
in like
yelling
that.
out, hun. I'm sorry. I keep saying hun and I have to apologize because I'm used to talking to my granddaughter. So, but anyways, you're yelling out a point of order and I'm not sure it's appropriate.
Yes, it is. The vote count.
We haven't taken a vote yet.
Well, when you set the poll up, set the right vote count, please.
I'm calling 30 seconds. I'm calling 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds.
God,
God,
grant me the serenity
to accept the things
I cannot change,
courage to change the things I can,
and
and the wisdom to know the difference. Thanks. We've had the 30 seconds after we have read the motion. Our process is that we now reread the motion and then we will take the poll. Melly, can you reread the motion?
Yes, Melly from Arizona. The motion is the new proposed CoDA preamble for all the people. Codependents Anonymous is a fellowship of people whose common purpose is to develop healthy relationships. The only requirement for membership is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. We gather together to support and share with each other in a journey of self-discovery, learning to love the self. Living the program allows each of us to become increasingly honest with ourselves about our personal histories and our own codependent behaviors. We rely upon the 12 steps and 12 traditions for knowledge and wisdom. These are the principles of our program and guides to developing honest and fulfilling relationships with ourselves and others. In CoDA, we each learn to build a bridge to a higher power of our own understanding, and we allow others the same privilege. This renewal process is a gift of healing for us. By actively working the program of Codependents Anonymous, we can each realize a new joy, acceptance, and serenity in our lives. Recognizing this is the first year of a 2-year process. Upon passage next year, this will become effective immediately in all CoDA literature. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris, do you have anyone who cannot vote?
No, I do not have anyone that cannot vote.
Thank you. I see some hands raised up, but I'm going to the vote here. Please address in chat if you have questions or anything.
Lawrence, I did not receive it.
Okay, would you like to put your answer in the chat or do you want me to relaunch?
I'll put it in chat.
Okay.
One minute.
Okay, I see 2 yeses in chat. Was there anything else? Is that it? Okay, so with the 2 yeses in chat, we have 41 yes, 4 no, 0 abstain, and it passes by way over the 2/3 majorities that is required. Thank you, guys. Good job, Melly.
Can I say a minority voice?
I was just getting ready to ask for the minority voice. Madeline, is your hand up?
Yes.
I got too many windows up now. Okay. I also see Dave's hand up, but Madeline, go ahead.
Okay, I am in love with this because it takes us out of the box and we become people, which is what we are. The only problem that I see here, and you know, as I said, it's a minority, is for CORE. If CORE has to reprint all the literature immediately, that is going to cost CODA a lot of money. So
I sent you the
the
email.
motion is
Let her
already
finish,
passed, but
please.
just keep it in mind that this is going to cost a lot of money. Thank you. I pass.
Thank you for that, Madeline. My understanding is that we don't go back and reprint everything. We just do it in the new printing, and maybe CORE can answer to that.
Yeah. That's what I understand as well. Okay, we are ready to move on.
I still see Dave as a hand up. I don't know. Did you put it in the
If you were
chat?
supposed to put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I have twice.
Let me look.
Point of order, please. What happens is fine. That's just, this motion is fine. I just want to say we need to follow procedure, put in 2/3 and 3/4. So we need to put that in there. You know, it's, you know, you do this on the pro forma stuff and you forget about it, but when you really need it, you need to put that stuff in so you remember it during the top. We have a complicated vote, so I'd like to see that put in. But the 2/3 and 3/4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Connie, do you have that? Or I know there's notations that are made.
We don't have sorry, if he could repeat his opinion, that'd be.
Well, you do,
Yes.
you put in as far as how this passed, correct?
That we
She
need
just
to,
puts that at the 2/3 majority. And it already says in the motion that it will follow the 2-year process.
Right.
So I'm not sure that we need to put anything else in there. Yeah.
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't crafted in.
Please. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. And we are moving on to treasurer's report with the finance committee. You have 15 minutes. And who's going to be presenting?
Well, since I'm the treasurer, I probably would do the first part. Barbara D, treasurer, CoDA board. I don't have a big fancy report. I'm going to let Rob, the finance chair, go into the gory details. I just want to give sort of an executive summary.
Barbara, I'm sorry. Someone's asking about break time and I don't have the agenda in front of me.
I've already got that on a timer. So
Okay.
hold on, just hold on 1 second. 11:25 is break time, and that is in a minute. So the timer hasn't gone off. If we can just let Barbara talk for a second and then we can bring that up.
Well, no, I mean,
all right, you want to
if
stop?
we're going to break in 1 minute, we might as well break.
Is that a motion?
I move that we break. Barbara D, our
and is
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. I second that.
Okay, Connie, you have
I
that?
already did.
Okay,
Yes.
so can you bring the poll up? This is a 15-minute break.
You're going to put up the timer.
I have 39 yes, 0 no.
Not sure
1
why the
abstain.
timer stopped or the recording stopped, guys.
We stop it at the break.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Actually, we are.
Okay, let's all go take a break. 15
Oh.
minutes.
39 yes, 0 no, 1 abstain.
And Connie, if you could put the timer up, please. And I'm starting one now.
I don't have the timer. Did you say Connie?
Yeah, I don't know who's been putting the timer up.
Carol's been putting it up.
Okay, 15 minutes has started now. It's not started yet, Carol. Thank you. Okay. Those that are here can start raising their hands for quorum count.
Sorry.
Okay, raise your hands, unmute yourselves so we can start as soon as our 42 seconds is up. Raise your hands for quorum. Unmute yourselves. Okay, let's get started. Karen D.
Number 1.
Salvador.
2.
Lisa J.
3.
Evie.
4.
Marilee.
5.
Jorge.
5.
6.
Deborah D.
Unmute.
You're muted, Deborah.
I apologize.
No worries.
7.
Thank you. Connie, you're backing me up, right?
I am.
Okay, good.
8.
Judy T.
8.
Diane S.
9.
Chris K.
10.
Pete H.
11 again.
Nancy O.
12.
Leo.
12.
You're 13, Leo.
Okay, 13.
Ruth Ann.
14.
Liz H.
14, or was that 15?
You're 15.
15.
Linda V.
16.
Burl. Muted. Burl, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, 17.
Thank you. Freddie.
Phoebe, ¿tú quieres venir para acá?
Ready.
Thank you. Gail.
19.
Carmen.
20.
Barbara.
21.
Matt.
22.
Dawn.
23.
Tina.
24.
Madeline.
26, 25.
Thank you. Faith.
26.
Anne.
27.
Melly.
28.
Great. We've got quorum. I'll lower everybody's hands. And
Okay.
Barbara, whenever you are ready, you have the floor.
I can do it.
Okay. Once again,
Gotta beat you.
I'm Barbara D.
I gave you all your 15 minutes as well.
Thank you. I'm Barbara D. Treasurer. I'm not going to do a big complicated report. I will let the Finance Committee do that. They like to do that stuff. I just want to give you sort of an executive summary, a sort of overlook of the last year and a half or so. So in your delegate package, you will find financial reports for the entire year of 2020, as well as for the first half of 2021. And the bottom line is, thanks to the fellowship continuing to buy literature, which makes money for the CoDA Resource Publishing Corps, who then pay royalties to CoDA, And thanks to so many people making seventh tradition donations, we're doing really well financially. And of course, our biggest expense is travel, and we haven't done that for about a year and a half. So our finances are in tippy top shape. And as was briefly mentioned, I think previously by Rob, we have over $500,000 in the bank. So that's why we need to figure out how to invest some of it. So I just wanted to give you that overview of things. We're in great shape financially. That doesn't mean you should stop making seventh tradition donations or buying literature. Okay, don't get overconfident there. But it does allow us to talk about doing some things that to carry the message. And so I think Rob may talk about some of that. One thing that we did add to the budget and that wasn't there originally, I think, has to do with creating a public information campaign, a plan for outreach and public information. Someone's unmuted.
Barbara, everybody, they muted all. There you go.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I forget where I was. Okay. So the communications committee had sent a request to finance and to the board for $10,000 to do another PSA. And the board and finance agreed that instead of doing a one-off kind of thing like a PSA, it was time to create an actual plan for carrying the message. So there is $10,000 in the budget, not for a simple PSA, but for creating a plan for public information. So you'll see that. Other than that, I'm just not going to go into gory detail because you can see all the balance sheets and the profits and losses if you're into that stuff. If you're into that stuff, you should apply to be on the finance committee. And I will pass on that.
Thank you. Do you want to take any questions or do you just want to move to finance?
I don't know. How much time do we have left?
Well, you've got 12 minutes left.
Well, but that includes finance, right?
No, finance has their own time of 45 minutes.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I'll take questions if there's any questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Miss Barbara? Sarah J.
Sarah, alternate delegate for Arizona Codependent. Glad we have so much money. Wondering about the PSAs and other things being in other languages, interpretation and translation. How is that going? How can we put more money toward that?
Well, that's a great question, and we can certainly include that in when we form the plan. So great idea. By the way, the $10,000 is just basically to formulate a plan. There will probably need to be more money for PSAs and whatever other ideas we have. So,
Darlene H.
I'm going to be on camera, guys. Hi, Darlene, Codependent. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place, but I went to a lot of the finance stuff. And with that money that's extra and all the other stuff that we're talking about right now, whoever the appropriate trusted servants for those translations that were just asked for, to create a process similar to the TROS, which is travel reimbursement.
Opportunity.
Thank
they don't
you.
Call it that anymore. Yeah, they changed the name, but yeah, I know what you mean.
But what it is that we have people apply for this money so that they can get support to come. Similarly, to create some sort of number of interpreters where people can apply and be like, we would like to have a translator this year. Can we submit to be one of those for the 3 that are happening this year? So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Rosa.
Very quick question for Barbara. Will there be, I'm not sure, you haven't mentioned in specifically how this communication plan is going to take effect or how is going to be formulated. But my question is, will there be a specific committee assigned to this, to develop this communication plan? And communications committee going to take the lead on that plan? And also,
I don't know. That's to be determined. Right now, we just know that we need a plan. So there will be more forthcoming on that.
Okay, thank you, Barbara.
Elisa, or Elise, sorry.
Hey, that's okay. My thought was when I first heard about, extra money, well, of course, because we haven't been traveling. And I was wondering if it's been discussed, perhaps helping out some of the VEs who I know struggle so much across the country. Maybe World CoDA could give some grants to struggling VEs. And that's just a thought I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, maybe for people who have lots of great ideas like this, you could send an email to finance at coda.org with all these ideas so that we can accumulate them, because that's what we need, is to get ideas and come up with a plan. Because yes, there is plenty of money in the bank. We don't want to go crazy, but if there are things that we can do to carry the message, then let's put that money towards it. Thank you.
Philip?
Sorry, just a thought. I was with Al-Anon in Scotland, and they had a lot of money at that time, and it was suggested that they buy the buildings that their offices were in order to have a prudent reserve, but in property form and no longer have to pay rent. And I wondered whether there are other things that we could do with the money that might keep the money safe for us.
Well, that would be something to address to finance. I'm treasurer.
Sure.
I don't make those decisions. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you, wrong person. Thank you.
I just pay the bills.
Thank you.
Florence?
Hi, and forgive me, but I'm get distracted very easily, but I heard someone say something about communication plan and interpretation. And so I was just wondering, is that you're including trying to look for ways to improve interpretation and translation for the World Conference? Is that what that was talking about? Or
No, I think that was someone was saying when we do come up with all these great ideas for communicating and public information, that we make sure that they're available in other languages.
I see. So there's nothing formal coming yet from the board about that. Okay.
No, not yet. I mean, it just began like a month ago, the idea. So yeah.
Okay.
I think how many more questions are there? Because I think finance does want to get going.
I've got 3 hands.
Okay, just those 3 and that's it.
Okay. Liz H.
Is it true that there was a loss last year? I mean, is that maybe finance will address that?
Yeah, finance can address that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Judy T.
I'm wondering, hi, I'm Judy from Massachusetts. I'm wondering if you and any or all of the people, be they trusted servants or the people who are professionally engaged by us, are you insured and bonded?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And last question is Shannon O.
Hi, thank you, Shannon O from Canada. And I hope my question isn't redundant or inappropriate, but I was just wondering if, like, I would definitely take what I'm learning here back to our CoDA Canada Steering Committee, but I'm wondering if there was or going to be communication out towards the voting entities or groups across the fellowship requesting ideas for this, or is this just going to be here? Thanks.
As I said, it's just the beginning, so that's a great idea. So perhaps you could send an email just to remind us. I do think somebody on finance is writing this all down. You never know. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. That it?
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay,
and
thank you.
finance. Rob, I don't see you. Where are you?
I'm here. I'm here. Should I raise my hand?
Raise your hand so it comes so you come up to the top here for me.
Oh, to the top.
Yes, top left. So Rob, just before we get started here, you have got a presentation and a motion, and you have 45 minutes.
Thank you.
So I will start your 45-minute timer. Do you want me to give you a tap at a certain time for your motion, or?
It's a great idea. Can you tap me in like 10 minutes?
10 minutes. I can tap you in 10.
And hello, everyone, particularly the voting delegates. Thank you very much. My camera is here, but my screen is here. So I'm going to set some back, the questions that you asked Barbara, as your treasurer, were really good questions and helped me understand that I maybe need to step back and educate a little bit. And then we'll move to approving the budget. And I think I'm going to try to give back something like 20 minutes back to the CSC for timing. So that's kind of the schedule for the next 20 minutes or so. First off, Barbara sums it up really kind of appropriately. The treasurer pays the bills. So the treasurer writes those checks for whatever expenses the fellowship spends. And the FSM charters the finance committee in the 3 areas, and only 3 areas. It makes it so easy to do our job. We assess, analyze, and advise. Nowhere in there is spend money. So all we do throughout the year is make assessments on, are we spending, is the fellowship spending money appropriately? Are Seven Traditions coming in appropriately? Are core royalties being paid appropriately? And then are the expenses being incurred appropriately? And we do that against the budget. So as a reminder for everyone, a budget is it's a projection. So just as a thought experiment, how many people here know what their checking account balance will be on December 31st, 2022? Raise your hand if you know what your checking account balance will be. Oh, of course, Judy does, right? So that's the point of it. When we're putting this budget together, we as finance just facilitate with the committees and with the board. What do you think will come in for Seven Traditions for next year? What do you think will core? What do you think the royalty payments will be for next year? Same thing on expenses. We put together a streamlined process this year to make it easy for the chairs. And for example, we know every chair is going to attend a CSC. We know the average flight for a CSC. We know the meal per diems. We know, so we can estimate the attendance to a CSC as a projection fairly easily. Same thing for face-to-face meetings. The board has said they're allowed 2 face-to-face meetings, and they said this year they're only going to do 1 face-to-face, or sorry, 2022. 1 face-to-face and 1 Zoom. And so we just compile all that. Events knows what they spent for last in-person. They make adjustments based on the location and inflation. And so as finance, all we do is gather that information together. That's all we do. We're information gatherers. And so the budget that we're going to present in a few minutes is information we've gathered from all the chairs and the board on what our best guess is our income and expenses are going to be. And not everyone lives in the income and expense world. I understand and appreciate that. And so if you looked at the budget, we just highlighted 4 areas. So the total income, and then 3 expense categories. One is I call it operations expenses, our day-to-day, and those don't change much year to year. A little bit of inflation, but they don't change much year to year. And then we have face-to-face meetings other than CSC, and then we have our CSC expenses. And those do change depending on where we're meeting, how long we're meeting, how many people are going, that kind of a thing. And then we just do the math. Income minus expenses equals a net result. And for those of you who did not attend our information sessions, the net result we're projecting for next year, again, remember how accurate your guess at what your checking account's going to be on December 31st, 2022 is we're projecting if the income comes in the way it's going to come in, and the expenses go out the way people say they're going to go out, there's going to be just shy of $100,000 loss. Now, none of us want to even our own checking accounts, $1,000 loss. But what we have reminded people is that we have quite a bit of surplus above our prudent reserve. And given that this is the first year in 3 years, we'll all be gathering and all be meeting in person. It's a worthwhile, we're suggesting to the fellowship that it's a worthwhile expense. Maybe not every year, but this year where we have the money and we're meeting for the first time in person in 3 years, it's a worthwhile expense. I'm gonna check quickly with my team here that's texting me to see if I forgot something. No. So Kevin, who you've seen, he's on the team. Lou's on the team. Ruth Ann's on the team. Barbara is our liaison. Alicia and Tina, who I think you've seen, they're on the team, and no comments from the crew. So how about if I open it up for some questions? And then there's one of my defects of character is I want to portray that I am certain, I'm knowledgeable, you can trust me. And if you don't trust me, then you won't love me. And that's important to me. And I'm afraid the voting process is a little wiggy. So I'm going to ask for help from you all, and particularly people who've done this before. So the FSM says that finance is the one that brings the motion. But in the past, the motion has been brought from the floor. So I'm going to answer questions, and then I have a suggested motion. If finance brings the motion, or if the motion comes to the floor, we can do it. And I'm going to ask for some guidance on that. And I just noticed I may have got something from my team. Okay, so Kevin says, we're not presenting the motion. Procedural motion will be presented from the floor. Oh, sorry, wrong. Keep going. Put the budget. Okay, thanks, Lou. So how about if we bring, does Connie have access to the budget that that's been out? If not, I can share it.
Are you talking about the one to be approved?
Correct, to be approved. And I'll just orient people to it.
Is it this one?
No, the one with just one column.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just so everyone knows, that's just a quarterly breakdown because we assess, analyze, and advise. You can do it faster in quarters. It's like a summary.
This one?
Yeah, that's it. And a lot of people may not be able to read that. I don't know if there's any way to make that bigger. And the trick is you'll have to scroll, but just to orient you to this, and then I'll open it up for questions. So the words on the left, those are from a financial software program that we use. So those don't change because we want to compare year over year over year. But what we can do as a fellowship is decide those numbers. And again, these numbers were provided by the committees. The only finance number in here is me attending a CSC, all $2,000. The rest all comes from your committees that support you all. Okay, I think the thing to do now is to open up for questions, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Hey, Rob, 1 second. So your 10 minutes is almost up where you asked me to tap you. So I'm going to zero that out. And you're going to do some questions. You've got 35 minutes on your time right now. So do you want a certain amount of time for questions or a certain number of questions? What do you want to do?
That's a great idea. So let's do 5 minutes for questions.
Okay. And your first question, I think, is Florence.
Hi, Florence.
Hi, Rob. Yes, and so I have a question about the interpretation translation budget. And so as events chair, I was never given back on a revised budget from the one that we submitted. And then when I looked, just before conference, I noticed that the $20,000 we had requested for the interpretation translation had been cut to $10,000. And that concerns me a little bit because this year we had been budgeted for $20,000 for 2 languages. And we did use quite a bit less than that, less than $10,000, I believe, for Spanish will end up being used. But now I feel that that limits us to still only 1 language for next year. We did not have a need for 2 languages this year, but if we did, it concerns me that we would not be able to accommodate. And I would really like to know from the conference, do they want us to offer these kind of things? Of course, financially, permitting from the board, but, from the CoDA Financial Health. But if we have the money, I feel like that's reaching out to the world. We're supposed to be a world fellowship to offer these types of services for the business. And I felt like it was really beneficial this year with Spanish.
Thank you, Florence.
Thanks.
You actually asked 3 really great questions.
Sorry, I didn't mean it to be 3.
No, they are great questions because they apply to everyone. So the finance committee has liaisons, and we work with the liaisons work with each of the chairs. And this year I worked with, I think, a representative, not directly with you, Flo. And at the time, my recollection of the conversation was some version of a compromise of 10,000. Obviously, that did not get communicated clearly and effectively, and I apologize for that. The second thing is the fellowship may or may not know this, but a couple things. One is the thing on the left that's part of our system. It says translation, but it's really interpretation. Translation is the written and interpretation is the spoken. And for us to hire a professional to do the spoken interpretation is about $10,000 for a CSC. And Events has been experimenting with volunteers to do the interpretation, but then that interpreter isn't fully present during the CSC. So it's a big challenge. And the other thing, the last question that Flo brings up, I think is a really good point, that I don't feel like we have direction from the fellowship enough on whether we want to centralize interpretation. So for example, let's say our fellowship is 15 languages. Should we automatically pay for interpretation for all 15, or will the each group that speaks a different non-English language be responsible for paying for their own interpretation? And we haven't worked all that out. And so I offered a compromise in the budget of 10,000. The last point I want to make is the board that you elected, delegates, acts on your behalf to make decisions on your behalf, particularly around the budget. So for example, this year, as Barbara reported, we actually have a surplus against our budget, something like $30,000. And the board on your behalf is helping spend that budget to work on the public information campaign for this year. Next year, as I know Flo knows, but as other people need to know, if we're quote unquote beating our budget, if we're more income or less expenses are happening, the board on your behalf can allocate more money for more interpretation. And that's what I'm hopeful will happen, Florence. I'm ready for the next question.
Liz H.
Rob, I don't know if this is the appropriate place and now also the information might be obvious to everyone else, but when you talked about, the $100,000 and on meeting, in person, I agreed with your reasoning. Can you paint the picture a little bit more about how that gets spent?
Yes, I'd be glad to. So how does the money get spent? So we have ongoing operational activities, and I forget it. I mean, you have the budget in front of you. It's something like $125,000 for ongoing support. The maintenance of our existing systems, websites, all that. The big additional spend are in two big categories. About $64,000 in face-to-face. And there's past motions that have said that the chairs and their committees meet in person. There are 12 committees. They meet in person once every 3 years. So 4 committees every year. And there's an order and a pattern and a process for doing all of this. Meet face-to-face every year. And again, for the past 2 years, they have not met face-to-face. So that's about $64,000. That face-to-face also includes the board getting together. And remember, as an international organization, more of our boards and actually more of our committees are international. So instead of the $600 for domestic airfare, it's now whatever, $2,200, whatever it is to fly internationally. So that bumps up compared to 10 years ago. On the CSC expenses, which is about $125,000, that's every chair and every board member flying in from wherever they are into, I'm sorry, South Dakota, flying into the CSC, and it's hard to get there. So it's a bit more expensive than your average hub. So those are the main drivers of extra expenses for the 2022 budget.
Hey, Rob, your 5 minutes are up that you allotted for questions. You have 27 minutes left and you have 3 hands up for questions. What would you like to do?
How about let's tackle the 3 questions and then we'll go to a vote.
Okay, Judy T.
Hi, Rob. Judy T from Massachusetts.
Hi, Judy.
I feel like I have so many questions, but I'll try and limit myself. And that is, I feel that there's an urge in the fellowship and maybe in the finance committee to increase income. I saw that was on the goals. And I hope that's strictly in terms of enabling us to carry the message to other codependents who still suffer, and not just for the sake of showing that we have a lot of money. Because I think that's our ultimate goal. And it sort of ties in with SSC about being self-supporting through our own contributions and not like looking for outside income. So I just wanted to say philosophically, I like to keep in mind that our goal is to carry the message, and that's why we need the money. And I have one further request. Would you please report somewhere what the committee rotation is? You said that you have that, maybe in the upcoming service report. Thank you.
Great point. So my personal philosophy is I'm driven to reach the still suffering. In my hat as finance chair, if our income is up, it means we are reaching the still suffering, and the message is hitting home. And it's from a finance point of view, more people are attending meetings and more people are contributing 7 donations. More people are hearing the message and buying books. And so I transform, and in finance, I say income, but it's not about, I'm not driven at all that income, don't care about it at all. I care about reaching the still suffering, and an indicator is income. Okay, next question.
Evie?
Yeah.
Hi, Evie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Rob? Evie from Connecticut, delegate. And one question I have is, I'm a former board treasurer and also a former member of the finance committee. And I did not see anywhere in the delegate package, the report, or in this report, the report we used to produce that showed it was much more detailed. It had columns for each of the committees, so we could see the specifics about what each committee was planning to spend. Is that available somewhere? Because I
Thank
find
you.
that this report doesn't show me, this budget doesn't show me anything, really.
Thank you. Yes, very much we've modified our process. So that spreadsheet does exist. And we send it out to board and chairs at least a month ago, so that they were aware of exactly what went where. We have found that sometimes the detail, one, can be overwhelming, and two, it's a challenge to get consensus among changing $100 here and there in a particular budget when we're in front of CSC. That's the challenge of it. So our process has changed. So now the budget is out to everyone a month ahead. So in the hopes of getting that feedback early, so it's a smoother process in front of CSC. Thank you. And
Okay,
then
well, if we want that report, is there a way to get it?
just ask.
Okay, thank you.
Crystal Z is your last question.
You said $10,000 for interpretation, and I just want to confirm or verify that $10,000 per language. So we had $1,500. If we had 15 languages, it'd be $150,000. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Oh, sorry. Did you finish your question, Crystal? I'm sorry. So what I have heard is that interpretation, not translation, interpretation is $10,000 per interpreter, for a professional interpreter, for a CSC duration, which is 4 or 5 days. I don't know, that was from the last time we did, so 3 years ago. I don't know if that's still the price. I know it is expensive because it's a live human being that has professional training for 4 or 5 days.
That is, we spent about between 7,500 and 8,000 this time.
Says the woman who writes the checks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Barbara. So just to give you an idea, it's still expensive, just so everyone knows.
Okay, so that was the last question that you had asked for. You have one hand up right now with Florence, and you have
No,
22
I'm trying
minutes.
to take it down. I just wanted to say what Barbara said.
Okay, I'll drop you. Okay, so you've got 22 minutes.
Great. So this is where I want to act like I know exactly what I'm doing, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
Rob, can I answer your question that you asked earlier? Board, I've communicated with the board, and they have said that your motion should be presented through the community problem solving method to accept the budget.
Okay. All right. Great.
Okay. So if you're ready to are you ready to get started then?
Yes, I am.
So you have a motion that Connie can bring up and we start there, or?
I do.
Okay.
And
And what we would start with is having you just read that.
I don't have a motion.
oh, sorry. It's in my on my screen that I'm gonna speak out. And
Do you have share screen? Does Kevin have it? He could share it.
I can share it too, and I'm about to.
But Kevin could craft. If you needed to.
It just went out in the chat too.
She can't get it from the chat.
Oh, she can't. So tell me
It
what.
has to go email.
Tell me how I can.
If Kevin has it, he would also be able to send it to Connie, but we could start with Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
So Kevin, are you there?
I am, but I don't have it.
Give me a second, I can email it.
Okay, great.
And just so board and finance committee knows, this is the same language that I sent out about a month ago when we decided to decided to have this be a motion from the floor instead of a pre-done motion. And just to clue you all in, just to know what's going on, what it is the motion would read, we agree to approve the following 2022 budget for CoDA Inc. :
Do you have the actual motion form, that one that you had sent in a while ago?
I do, if you have that.
No, I'm looking for it.
Okay.
All we got is that right there.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
that's
yeah.
acceptable. So if you have the form.
Give me one
Kevin,
second.
the form is downloadable on the delegate page.
Yeah, but we already submitted one and it was returned. So I just want the one that was submitted.
1 second. File, save as. You want it editable?
Yes.
Download it in Word. So I apologize to the conference for this delay. Next year, we'll have this all set in advance, so we won't waste the conference's time.
If you emailed to me, I'm not getting it.
Nah, it's my computer is not as fast as I'd like it to be. Save as. Okay, Kevin.
Okay, I found the one in OneDrive. Is that the one you got?
It is. It's just one small change or two small changes. But you can use that one, and I'll explain to the fellowship what we're changing. And I just sent you the one I changed. So one of the things that the Finance Committee does is do this work to develop the budget. And one of the motions you passed during this CSC is to allow for the Events Committee to do non-CSC events. And they'll have income and then they'll have expenses. And those will be reflected in our budget. The end result will be the same. So what we have proposed is that the income would increase to well, actually what you have here, 224, and the expenses will be 144, right? And then the CSC expenses and the face-to-face stay the same. So this is what we're proposing for a motion.
Okay, so can you read that?
I will.
Thank you.
We agreed to approve the following 2022 budget for CoDA Inc. $224,358 as a reasonable estimate for 2022 income. $144,860,000 for 2022 overhead expenses. $157 for 2022 CSC expenses. $64,255,000 for 2022 face-to-face meetings, which will result in a $99,914 budget shortfall to be paid out of CoDA Inc. savings.
Okay, so now we have 6 minutes of questions. Those that would like to ask a question, raise your hand. And I will call on you in order. And we will start with Florence.
Rob, I don't know if it needs to be crafted in, but it doesn't really say on here how the expenses are going out. And I know you have that all broken down somewhere else. And I'm just wondering if that needs to be in here.
That's a great point, Florence. So for the motion, I wanted to keep it just a high level. This does a couple things. This allows the board acting on the fellowship's behalf to make adjustments within the expenses to address situational things that come up. But it holds us to this budget. And remember, a budget is a projection, not a firm thing. But by using the summaries, it gives everyone a chance to move inside of those expenses.
I'll come back with another question because I don't want to go back and forth with you.
Nancy O.
CEO, New Brunswick, Canada, CoDA board. Could you scroll down so we could see your intent? I don't think most of the people here have seen this.
Thanks, Nancy. Thank you.
Rob, do you want to read the intent?
Sure. Okay, so we try to explain the categories. Income, the Finance Committee received input from both core royalty income and CoDA board, 7 traditional donations before estimating the 2021 income. On expenses, with regards to overhead, all 22 overhead expenses were provided by the CoDA Inc. board after viewing 2021 year-to-date expenses and special project expenses. 2022 overhead budgeted expenses are almost the same as 2021 budget expenses, except for a $10,000 upgrade to Motions database. That's new, which you've heard about. CSC, most of the 2022 CSC expenses were provided by the events committee based on events, previous CSC expenses, and existing contractual obligations. They actually have to book out in advance. These expenses also include down payment on the 2023 CSC location. CSC expenses also include expenses for each chairperson to attend the CSC. Face-to-face, all 2022 face-to-face meetings were based on one board face-to-face, one committee face-to-face for IMC, CSC, TMC, and WCC. All face-to-face meetings were assumed to be on or before after CSC. Estimates were prepared based on number of attendees, meals per diem, number of overnights, domestic international travel estimates. Shortfall, there is no balanced budget motion approved by the CSC delegates. Currently, we have over $505,000 cash on hand, $255,000 above our approved prudent reserve, which we call a surplus. This budget proposes to use some of the surplus to fund the budget expenses, budgeted if and only if 2020 income is not sufficient. So for example, if our actual income is more, then we don't tap the savings. We just apply that to expenses.
Evie has a question.
Oh, I can't hear you, Evie.
Evie, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted already. Evie from Connecticut. I thought, are we planning on having a convention? And if so, was both expenses and income included in the budget?
Thank you. So my understanding, although events can clarify, is I believe in 2022, the CSC and the ICC International Convention are going to be decoupled. Really? Flo's next question up, so she'll clarify that. And then their budget includes all of that. The only thing it didn't include originally, which now got included with the motion, was extracurricular events activities, which are other events and other expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Florence has a question.
Well, that was interesting about the.
Did I get that right? the decoupling.
That was my kind of understanding, I guess, that we should be counting the convention separate from the conference. One of my other committee members had a different opinion, so I think that still needs further discussion. But I'm still a little confused about how this is presented, and what concerns me is that because we're not saying, I'm used to every year we say, you guys present, this is what we allotted each committee, this is what we allotted the board. And that's kind of, it wasn't set in stone, but it was kind of like, like a blueprint to follow, that's not really indicated in here. And therefore the board could potentially go and say, well, we're going to take this away from that committee and this away from that committee. And there's no like blueprint really referred to here. I don't know, maybe just say, this is, I don't know how to, just something in crafting to clarify that, that's all.
Yeah,
I guess that's my question, is I don't understand.
I understand your point. The intent, the shift as a finance chair is I'm getting finance out of the policeman job, and really we're facilitators. So if the board and the chairs want to spend in direction A versus direction B, I'm counting on they're working together on that and working with the fellowship to make sure. And so my job here has been the overall budget so that we can approve it and provide enough flexibility if situations arise, and trust our committees and our board to act on behalf of the delegates and our fellowship.
So I'm going to take a pause here. Did somebody lower all the hands, or did the people
I
that
did.
have?
No, I did accidentally.
Okay. All right. Just so I know that we're not having technical difficulties. So right now we just have to take a quick pause because it is 12:30 Pacific Daylight Time, which is the time that we were supposed to end conference. So what does conference want to do? And if somebody wants to,
so Catherine, when we added that 30 minutes, I thought we made it clear we extended to 4 o'clock.
okay, so let me change my timer.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Rob, let me give you an update here.
Thank you, Catherine.
So we've got 3, okay, let's see, we are at questions. Your 6 minutes are up, and you've got 3 people up here with questions, and you've got 12, you've got 6 minutes left. So how would you like to proceed?
I'd like to move to the next phase.
Okay, so we're going to move to pros and cons. I'm going to lower all the hands, and those that would like to be a pro, would you please raise your hand?
That's depressing.
They're coming.
Hold on, I'm working on my resignation right now.
Oh. Okay. Those that would like to be a con, please raise your hand. Any more cons? I'll give you a second here.
There's another hand. I don't know if Jorge wants to do the
I've got it. I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. If anybody else comes up as we're going through, I will add you. Only people that want to be a con raise your hand as we're moving forward. We are going to start with a pro with Shannon O.
Thank you, Shannon O from CoDA Canada delegate. So I am not the most informed person when it comes to budgets, and I still have a lot to learn about how things work at the world level. But I trust our trusted servants who have developed this, and I stand in agreement with it.
Thank you. We've got a con from Florence.
I'm for this motion and I love that there is flexibility, except for, I just would like to see something in there that says that it's referring to the presented budget that was put in the delegate packet. Thank you.
Okay. We've got a pro from Gail.
I'm in support of this motion. I trust the trusted servants who work together to create this budget, along with the gentle guidance of their board liaison. Pass.
A con from Jorge.
Yeah, Jorge B with Mexico. And I think it's, I've worked with in budgets before, and I think it's just a little loose. I mean, there's not enough information, but I do trust, you know, in the service, and I put my faith on this. So I just think, you know, the numbers should be a little bit more income statements and things like that. I don't know if that's what I'm used to, you know, when looking at a budget. So thanks.
Lisa J.
Lisa J, delegate from Illinois. You know, I believe because of our history, we've built in a lot of oversight. We have a lot of checks and balances. And I feel very comfortable with the simplicity. I remember the first time I came to conference, it was so overwhelming to see the big spreadsheet and to try to make sense of it all. And I do appreciate the simplicity. I would also like to point out that Rob said that spreadsheet is available, just ask. Thank you.
I don't have any new cons. So Ann C is a pro.
Yeah, hi, Ann C. from delegate from Oregon. I would like to say this shows that we are practicing what a prudent reserve is. And a prudent reserve means anything over that should be just, you know, taken care of. And the other thing is that for nonprofit status, we're not supposed to have a bunch of extra money. And I just want to clarify that if we don't get this vote approved, it just goes to the board and they decide, right, how to spend it. Thank you.
Okay, that is the end of pros and cons. Rob, were you open to crafting?
I'm going to pause for a second to see if my committee is open, wants to entertain crafting.
You have a minute left, just FYI.
Great. 10, 9, here they are. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. No, I'm not open to crafting.
Okay, so we're not going to craft. So you're going to read your motion again for me.
Okay. We agreed to approve the following 22 budget for CoDA Inc. $224,358 as a reasonable estimate of 2022 income, $144,860 for 2022 overhead expenses, $115,157 for 2022 CSC expenses, $64,255,000 for 2022 face-to-face meetings, which will result in a $99,914 budget shortfall to be paid out over CoDA Inc. savings.
Okay, we're going to do 30 seconds. God, grant me the serenity
Serenity,
to accept the things I
things I
cannot,
cannot change,
the courage to change the
change
things
things
I
I
can,
can,
and the wisdom to
wisdom
know
of
the
the
difference.
difference.
Chris J., is there anybody that should not be voting on this?
I have been watching my Hollywood Square Bees. I'm going to ask David A. from New York not to vote on this one. So I'm driving and the video is off a significant portion of that time. So I'd ask him to not vote on this one.
Yeah, I think he actually said goodbye in the chat. So you've got that, Connie, and
Then he recused himself. Thank you.
yeah. So Rob, you get to read it one more time.
Great. We agreed to approve the following 2022 budget for CoDA Inc. $224,358 as a reasonable estimate of 2022 income, $144,860 for 2022 overhead expenses, $115,157 for 2022 CSC expenses, $64,255 for 2022 face-to-face meetings, which result in a $99,914 budget shortfall to be paid out of CoDA Inc. savings.
Poll, please. Remember, if you're not supposed to vote, to just close the window. So how about now? Are you guys getting the poll now?
Yes, just got it.
Great. Kathy, you got the poll? Great.
Yes.
Looks like you have 2 yeses in your chat. Florence, you're muted. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I just unmuted. 42 yeses, 0 no's, 2 abstentions. Oh, sorry, 43 yeses, 0 no's, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, so does anybody want to have a minority view, even though some would tell me that it's almost unanimous? I'm going to open it up for a minority view, and you have a minute.
Am I unmuted? Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes. I do love the flexibility, but I am very concerned that there was no reference to how the money was divided out among the committees for interpretation and all of those things. And now I do feel that the board has been given complete control over how that money gets spread out among the committees. And it's not that I don't trust them as trusted servants, it's just I have been on the receiving end as a committee member where we had to kind of fight for what we needed to help the still suffering codependent. So I wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. As far as I see.
Catherine?
Yeah.
This is Connie, sorry.
Yeah.
Can Kevin send me that motion? We've got to enter it into the motions database. If you could email that to me, please.
Kevin, did you hear that?
Yeah, working on it.
So
Thank you.
Florence, don't we have to take a bit of a pause here so Connie can get all the motions ready? Because
So I have the corrections from the first 2 days.
Okay.
If she could put those up so that we could go ahead and make sure those got in, and we could be reviewing those while she is preparing, unless people need a break first.
Well, The floor is, speak to me what you guys want to do.
Lisa, delegate from Illinois, I so need a bio break, please.
Okay, so how much time do you want?
So 10 minutes?
Okay, so Lisa wants 10 minutes. Is anybody going to second that?
Shannon O from Canada, I second that.
Okay, Shannon O. Connie, did you get that? Lisa J asks for 10. Shannon O seconds it. If I could have a poll. There you are. Any votes need to come through chat? Nothing's moving. I think everybody's voted.
39 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, 10-minute timer.
And we'll pause the recording. Chaff, I'm pausing if you want to remember to restart.
Starting the 10-minute timer. I don't know if Carol's going to bring the other one up, but I have started one. Thank you.
Hi, can you get a rough estimate when we're gonna finish today? Just real rough.
Yeah, well, right now we had added 30 minutes, so that would be about 14 more minutes for the day. Usually going through these final motions, once they finally are brought up, it goes pretty quickly. Would you say 10 or 15 minutes, Florence? As long
If we follow the original schedule of 30 minutes and the 10 minutes, we're set to close about 4:45. If it speeds up between the reviewing of and final approval, because that's all that's left.
Before 2.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Then we're done with everything else. Miss Kathy H.
Yes.
Please tell Addie that I said hello.
Oh, she left.
Oh, she did?
Sorry. Yeah, she went away with her daughter.
Oh, well, that's good. I'll send her a message.
Okay.
I chatted with her yesterday and she said she was hoping to make it next year if her health,
good.
if her health keeps improving.
She told me she hopes to make it.
Good.
She's coming along.
She in Pennsylvania now?
No, she's in Ohio.
Ohio. I knew it was nearby. I knew it was in this
10 hours.
No, but I knew it was in this direction, not on the West Coast anymore. So we're not the only ones that moved back to the East Coast.
No. So I have the house all to myself.
Look at you. I don't know. I don't know. She's like, she's really taking chances. You'll end up just cleaning the whole place.
And she just had her cleaning lady there today.
Oh.
So I better not.
Please give her all of our love. We miss her.
Yep.
Okay, I'll tell her. I'm waiting for her washing machine to be delivered. So she couldn't reach her old washing machine.
Oh, you went mute.
Oh, I said she couldn't reach down in her old washing machine, even though it's a brand new one. She had to get a simpler one. So I'm waiting for a delivery.
Hi, this is
Yep.
the other new core person with Kathy. I just wanted to say that, so I'm here as a non-voting member, but Addie is already doing so much work behind the scenes. She made sure I have the policies and procedures manual for core. She was connecting with all this information for me yesterday. So trust me,
that's Addie.
Different ways.
That's Addie.
And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So anyway. Hi, everyone. I'll mute and go away again. It's nice
Bye.
to
Next year, Annie, you can come to Ohio with me. We can have a grand party.
I love it. From Michigan originally, Ann Arbor, so I'm close. We'll see you later.
Okay, let's get ready for quorum one more time. Raise your hand, unmute yourself.
Take a deep breath.
The heck.
Got this.
You're just so fast, Karen.
Old ones.
The what?
Raise your hands. Let's get unmuted. Connie, I see your face.
I'm ready.
Mute. Okay, Karen.
I'm number 1.
Carmen.
2.
Shannon.
3.
Evie.
4.
Salvador.
5.
Ruth Ann.
6.
Judy.
7.
Nancy.
8.
Lisa J.
9.
Sally.
10.
Pete.
11 again.
Wow. Gail.
Well,
12. Yes. Burl.
13.
Anne.
14.
Dawn.
Can you, I don't know.
I think
Can you
you're
hear-
15. Connie, 16, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Melly,
16.
Linda,
17.
Jorge,
Did you say Jorge?
yeah,
Sorry. My number is, I'm sorry,
18. You're 18.
18.
Kathy H,
19.
Matt,
20.
Tina,
21.
Freddie, you were off mute, now you're back on mute. Freddie. There you are. What's your number? I can't hear you. $22? Where'd you go? Okay, Freddie's 22. Deborah.
23.
Okay. Sasha.
24.
Sarah.
25.
Barbara.
26.
Juliet.
27.
Nora.
28.
Great, we have quorum. I'm going to lower everybody's hand.
Marilee passing the badge.
Okay. Connie, Florence, where are we?
You need me to share the motions for 727?
Yes, please. So 727, these should have the corrections that were suggested on the first or the second day when we went to approve these motions. The only one that I'm not sure was added for 727 is board motion 21007. If we go to that one. And I have a note, and I'm not sure what this meant, but it said 2 changes from previous challenges for posting to the website. There was no cons. And then, but then there was a con offered by Nancy that she corrected that, so that's supposed to say never liked that CoDA and CoDA Inc. CoDA board and CoDA Inc. were separated. 2 changes are from previous challenges for the posting to the website. This is a clarification, not a change. Agree that this is, I'm not sure what the problem was with that. That's just all the information I got in the email. And then there was a con that Nancy told us said was CoDA never liked that CoDA board and CoDA Inc. were separated. Is that the right one?
May I speak to that?
Yes.
Nancy O'Hare, CoDA board. That was actually 21008 that comment was related to.
Okay, I wrote down.
CoDA service structure chart. I sent that by email.
Yes, okay, you're right. Yeah.
21008.
Yes, under pros and cons. You'll see it says never felt liked that CoDA board and CoDA Inc. You've already fixed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. I just want to point out to the trustees what was fixed via email, and check if it actually, is on here. So.
Okay, so Florence, we're out of time. Timer's gone off for the extra 30 minutes that was granted by conference.
Okay. What did we have left on? So we're supposed to have.
We just have to go through the motions and review, approve, and close. So
Right. How much time? I forget how much time is on the agenda for the motions.
that's 30 minutes. And then final motions is another 10. And then 5 for close of business.
So we need at least 45 minutes.
We need at least 45. Unless we just fly through them, but yes.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we need a motion.
So
from-
floor conference. We're
Nancy,
lacking.
CoDA board, I'd like to make a motion that we be given another 45 minutes to
Okay.
review the motions.
Would someone like to second that?
Second from the board.
Barbara D seconded. Connie, Nancy O made the motion for 45 minutes. Florence or Kevin, can you throw me a poll? Okay, nothing's in the chat.
30 yes, 1 no, 0 abstain.
Okay, I'm starting 45 more minutes.
And just to remind everyone that we have to approve these before we can adjourn. So those are the only changes that I know were made through email. So if anyone else has any changes to these 7/27/2021 that you don't see on here now, can you just please let us know? I guess we have to scroll through them because Jeff should have sent them out, but I don't know if you got them in time. He said it should be, let's see, 1 minute ago, he said it should be in your box in about 5 minutes or less. So you might just be getting them.
Florence, I'm stepping away for a second.
Okay. I think you're already down to 7:30. Says 7:30 at the top. I don't know if that's the right day. Okay, Jeff said that you should have gotten 720, the corrected 727 and 728 should be in all the delegates' emails at that time, at this time. So can you guys let me know if you're not receiving this?
I received mine. This is Gail.
Thank you. And I thought we would work on these until while Connie works on 729 and 730.
727, 728, and 729 were sent out already.
Okay, I didn't see 729. I'll have to send that to Jeff.
Okay.
Point of order. This is Linda Voss, or Linda V from Florida. I have to step away from my screen for a minute to be able to look at my emails and print them. Is there a problem with me? I'm going to be on here looking at the computer, but I just want to make sure that I'm going to be able to vote if I do that.
Yeah, this isn't like a formal motion, so you can step away. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I closed out my email. So you, Connie, you sent the corrected 729?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, here it is.
I
I found it. Never mind. I got it. Okay. I know you guys keep hearing me say Jeff's name. He's our fellowship services worker that does the email announcements. So I'm going to ask for 727. If anyone has any other issues for that, please put your hand up now, and then maybe we can go to 728. I'll give a couple minutes for you guys to look at it.
This is Dan. Florence, could you zoom in a bit so that the print is larger?
Connie can try to do that for you, yes.
Yeah. I'm getting older here.
Yeah. But if you need to scroll through, you probably need to look at the one that was sent you to make sure it's correct. And then if you have a change, we'll scroll through up here. And
thanks.
Florence, this is Rosa, Southern California. I do not see the 7:30. Were those sent before, or were those supposed to?
No, 7:30 has not been sent yet.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen now so that I can get the 7:30 sent to events.
Okay, thank you.
This is Gail. Was 729 sent to us?
I'm asking Jeff to send it now.
Okay. No wonder I can't find it.
No, you should only have 727 and 728 currently.
Got it.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh. Why did it come as a PDF? Does it?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is Ancy from Oregon. I noticed that the word Spanish was not always capitalized. That's just a really minor thing, but maybe there's a word search that could be done on these documents.
Okay, so I'll make a note of that, and just let you guys know for grammar stuff, we'll say we'll put it in, we're not gonna put it in now. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Sure. Like I know there was one that Columbia is spelled wrong, and I asked for that to be corrected, but I'm not. I honestly don't know if it's in there or not. Correct.
Those types of things SSU
Yes,
can
we did.
correct. It's not
Okay.
a word.
We did. Oh, my.
So can we go on to 728? Because what's going to happen when we get to 29 and 30, because they haven't been fully approved, that if we correct them, we have to take them back and correct them, and that's going to take more time. So I'm going to go to 728. Oh, I'm sorry, Krista, you have your hand up.
It's for 728, so I'll let you.
Oh, 728. All right, so we'll move on to 728 then. Well, Connie has to get it up. But Connie, are you still doing your thing?
Yes.
So I need to wait a couple of minutes?
Just a second. I just sent
No
you
problem.
guys.
No problem.
So 728.
I have some corrections for 729 too, but we'll get there.
All right, I've got 728 up.
Okay, so Krista, can you offer your correction?
Yeah, so I believe it's motion 21021, the QR codes one. So it's just missing. In
Okay,
the
let her find it first. 21021. Okay.
So that it's in the cons, it's missing that the QR codes should be relevant to the area and language they're being scanned from.
Please repeat.
That it's missing in the cons that the QR codes should be relevant to the area and language they are being scanned from.
Relevant to the
area and language they are being scanned from. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to point out for 728, my notes are kind of a mess. 21025. Down at the bottom, Rob asked for it to be added applies to other investment policy down at the bottom of the motion.
Oh, the motion.
Mhm.
Here's. You mean here?
Yeah, that's what he asked for. Rob, maybe you can clarify that.
I'm trying to understand. Say that again.
I got an email from you that said that you wanted to add at the bottom of the motion applies to other investment policy, that was left out. Is that not correct?
Flo, I don't remember sending you an email on that.
Okay. So is that motion correct then?
Yeah.
And then I had something that said there was no change to the FSM. That wasn't you?
Oh, yeah, that one is,
Okay.
you know, in the bottom, there's that little bit where it says, where does it apply?
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not an FSM change, it's a other, that applies to other, which is investment policy.
Okay. Where is that put in the motions? I don't even know.
It's all the way at the bottom of the form. And I think that dropped off in this Word document or this,
Okay.
know where all the blanks are and you put the X FSM part.
Right. Now I know what you're talking about, but I don't know where we put it in the motions database is what I'm asking.
I think it's below the vote.
We can move on. Larissa has added it to the actual motions database, so we'll just redo a new report for 728. So please know it's added.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then what else did I have for 728 was 21019.
21019. Okay.
And that's the one you asked me about, that the con, you needed the verbiage for the con. And I just wanted to point out that we hopefully got it in there now.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just make sure we got it. So it was cons inclusive is inaccurate. We have that in there. And do not remove tradition 3 from the preamble.
Yep.
Voted on last year to change men and women to people. And then I have do not believe requirement is redundant. It is an individual's responsibility. So tradition 3 should remain. Is that still in there? Okay. Is that in there? Okay.
He's adding it.
Okay. And then I had a minority opinion for that one. And Philip, I want you to let me know if this is appropriate, what we put on here. I want trans people to be included and I want to have a sense that everyone is welcome. And I purposely left out your personal share. I just want to get feedback from you if you want any more of what you said in there or not.
I'm happy with what you've put there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Florence, are you done with your list? You want to go to the
Wait a
hands?
minute. I'm seeing if I had any more for 728. It was really hard because I had to go figure out which one was 728.
Sure.
So that was another thing for the finance, the 21025. Was there a minority opinion that was missed there?
Yes, that's why my hand is raised. Linnea from SoCal.
Okay, I unfortunately didn't get recorded, so I couldn't go back and listen to the recording. So if you could give us the verbiage there, that would be great.
It was made by our alternate, Marlene E. And the minority opinion was that she felt that this detracted from our primary spiritual aim.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie, primary.
Here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
And then is 21011 on this day?
No, that's the day before, 727.
Okay, so we need to go back to that one because I missed one.
Okay. Oops. 21011. Okay.
So in the cons, you may have already added it, but I just wanted to point out it got put back. So I believe it was Pete had said, great to define, but setting an intentionally high bar to your process. And we left off the second part, and I see that you have put it in here. It removes autonomy from groups and blocks minority VEs to modify for inclusive wording. And Pete, I just want to make sure from you if that seems accurate.
And it allows blocks from a minority of VEs.
Which words?
So in the bit that was added, so after removes autonomy from groups, and allows blocks from a minority. Down, the last line.
Yeah. And allows blocks.
And allows blocks.
Over.
Just go left. Yeah.
Yeah, where it says blocks in the sentence there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Right after, in front of it.
In front of it?
In front.
Okay.
Allows right there.
Allows.
From a.
Blocks from, but from after. Yeah. A minority. VE.
Of VEs.
Okay. All right, so that's I think is all I have for these 2 days.
I have something.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I'm posting and nobody's replying to me.
Okay,
no,
we're gonna get back there. I was just getting what I have. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
21009, the strikeouts are still missing.
What's still missing?
The strikeouts.
Okay.
Remember there was a
I thought she put delete.
Yeah, we can't strike out in motion. We have to write the word delete. It's all here.
Well, that's what you did. You wrote delete.
We had to do that. Motions database does not allow for strikes.
I see them. Thank you.
Okay. So that I'm complete for those 2 days. Does anyone else have anything to add for the 727 or 728? Then we could go on to 729. I have one for 729 that's in my motion, 21044. Or not my motion, events motion.
Okay.
So keep scrolling. Go back up a little bit. All right, so where it says, that block is blocking it, but where it says the events committee description in the FSM in parentheses, this will be added to the events committee description in the FSM.
Mm-hmm.
Delete everything below that.
All this?
Yep.
Okay.
And
We
then
were
that's it.
wondering. Okay. It was in there and we were unsure, so thanks for
No,
confirming.
no, that's no problem.
Yeah.
And that's it for me. Does anyone else have anything for 729?
Just across right here.
And it should be out in your inbox now. I think. Wait a minute. Have you sent, Jeff? I thought he sent it.
Yes, it was in my email.
Okay. And Connie, is 7:30 ready yet? Did you send it to me?
Yes, she did.
I did.
Okay. Okay, I'll forward them to Jeff now.
I'm going to stop sharing so I can now pull that up on my screen.
No, we're still on 729 right now.
Gotcha.
I just need to
Okay.
send these to Jeff. Okay.
No.
Yes, Lou.
The events motion, we just on 21044. It needs to be in the FSM Part 5 noted at the bottom.
I'm unmuted now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
He should be sending 7:30 soon.
Are we still on 729?
Yep.
Okay.
We don't have 7:30 yet in our box, so.
Oh.
I have it, but
Oh,
Jeff has to
gotcha.
send it
Okay.
out to all the
Sorry.
delegates. Yeah.
Maybe I'll do it on my phone instead. I'll go do it on my phone instead.
I actually think we're doing pretty good on time on this, so. How much time have we used so far, Catherine?
We've got 21:46 left of the 45.
Okay. I guess there's no more changes for 729. I haven't heard anything from you. Oh, Juliet has her hand up.
I'm sorry, I just was looking at motion 5383 for 729. Was that those traditions? Higher power, please help me to remember. Is that what we decided on? I just don't remember. Is that what it's going to say in the end?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Instead of remind me.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. I knew it was R. Thank you.
I'm going to stop share so I can start bringing up 730 on my screen.
Sure. Maybe we could just start looking at it, I guess, since I'm not sure that Jeff has got it out yet.
I'm seeing a nod as to no.
Uh-oh, did my phone die? So this last one you sent me, Connie, that's all 4 days or 3 days? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's what Jeff sent. Never mind. I haven't heard back from Jeff. Has anybody gotten it?
No.
Okay.
Would it show up as day 4?
It should be day 4.
Yeah, not yet.
Oh. What?
I just got it in my email.
Yep, just got it.
Okay.
CoDA board.
Okay, so has everyone gotten it now? Are we looking through it?
This is Krista, the Canadian delegate, or, oh, never mind, it's in the chat.
Krista, I can't hear you. Sorry.
That's okay, it's in the chat now, never mind, thank you.
Cool.
What's in the chat? Is it a crafting?
No, the motions from today. There's
Oh,
a link
okay.
in the chat.
All right, thank you. Lisa, have you received? I see some note here.
She's saying no.
Oh, so they're just putting them in the chat. They're not going to send 3 and 4 through the email.
No, they are. Well, he should have sent them to the delegates.
Yeah, I haven't gotten 3 and 4 yet.
I've added them to the chat though.
I got 3. Oh,
I
there's,
have,
okay.
I have 3 and 4.
I know he sent it to he said he sent it to trusted servants first, and he was sending to delegates next. So the delegates might have a little more delay.
Should we just speak up or raise our hands?
Raise your hand. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Evie. Go ahead.
I've noticed in several places that CoDA has not been spelled correctly. I just noticed one. Connie, would you make sure that every time you write CoDA, that you write it as capital C, lowercase o, capital D, and capital A? Thank you. It's there.
You're muted, Evie, if you're still talking.
Yeah, she just found the one that. Thank you.
Okay, I just got a text from Jeff that says delegates should have it in 3 minutes. At that time, all 4 will be out. Please keep me posted.
I got mine just now.
Thank you. Looks like Evie raised her hand again.
Yes, Evie?
Yeah, in 21068.
You're muted again, Evie.
Keep forgetting, taking my hand. If you scroll down to near the bottom of the motion itself, right there, it's a little confusing where you have recognizing this is the first year of a 2-year process, and above you had said replace the preamble with this. Could you put like a line or something above that so it's obvious that that's not part of the preamble?
This paragraph here, just, sure.
Yeah, just put a line, yeah, thank you. Just to make it clear that's not the preamble, part of the preamble.
We won't,
Karen?
should we? Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen D.
in that same one, if you can go right back, scroll up just a little bit to where it says there's is in there. Yeah, oh, a little bit down, membership is a desire. Thank you.
21068. Thank you.
Has everyone gotten the motions?
Thumbs up.
I noticed some people are signing off. Just to remind you guys, we need to keep 28 for quorum.
James K.
Yes, I just received day 4.
Lou.
A point of order, I think we already established a quorum after break. And unless somebody calls for quorum, it is assumed we have a quorum until we recess again.
Oh, yeah, anybody can call for it at our vote.
But if nobody calls for it, whoever's
Okay.
here can pass it.
So you can have 2 people left and pass it?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll have more than that.
Okay. There's something from Jillian in the chat. Jillian, do you want to talk about what that is? I'm not understanding it.
All right, it was just when you were writing in the preamble, it seemed to say the instead of our. I might be mistaken, but it looked like on my screen that.
Where?
Oh, sorry, it's, so 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th line, sorry, not the 5th, 4th line, yeah, about our personal histories, it should say.
It says allows each of us to become increasingly honest with ourselves about the personal histories and our own codependent behaviors.
Say our personal histories.
Okay, so it's supposed to say about our personal histories.
Oh, you are. Yeah. Oh, you
okay.
are.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to make sure that all that wording's right, because that's really important.
We have SSC on, and they will know to verify that the only change is what was agreed upon.
You're at 7 minutes left.
Excuse me. Fellowship should, on line 1, should have capital F as well.
Did you hear that, Connie?
Is it this 21068?
Yeah, the same one. So where it says Codependents Anonymous is a fellowship. Fellowship is
Hey
capitalized.
guys, excuse me, Lisa, delegate from Illinois. It is not capitalized on the website, just so y'all know.
Oh, really?
Yep, I'm looking
But
right
it is
at it.
But it is in the 12 and 12.
Okay, I'm just giving information.
Thank you.
You betcha.
And it is capitalized in the blue book.
So Dave asked that you can comment on it if you have, since you're SSC. Is he still here?
Oh, I'm still here. I was just muting myself on purpose.
Ann C's got her hand up.
I just asked Dave to verify that that was the case, so I don't know if he had that verification. The capital F.
I'm gonna verify it's both ways in different places.
Yeah, I'm sure that Jillian and Philip are correct. It's incorrect
Okay.
on the website. I'm certain of it.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Catherine, sorry.
Literature has
And-
a style sheet that would tell us for sure. Just saying.
Ann C, you've got your hand up.
Yes, hi, Ansi, delegate from Oregon. On the motion that I believe it's right after this, 21072. The comments I made, like I think it was a pro. Okay, so let's see. There's some kind of language like doesn't make sense. We are for nonprofit status. We are not supposed, like, add a D, to have a lot of extra money. And then I also had made the comment that if we don't pass the budget, then the board of CoDA, will decide how to spend the money, something to that effect.
Elected to what?
Well, if this motion didn't pass, then the board would decide how to spend our money next year, or our budget.
Okay,
Thank you.
Juliet,
Hi, Juliet, delegate from Vermont. It's probably too late for this, but is it for this motion that we're on about the budget? Is it too late to put a note in there that's saying that the full spreadsheet is available on request, just so that we know that there is one instead of the simple format? Thanks.
yeah, it's there. And
No, that's in the
say it in there.
it's in the pros and cons. It's not in the motion.
Okay.
So I mean, I would love for that to go in there, but I want to make sure that's okay with finance to put that in there. I guess it would just go in remarks or something.
Yeah, he's saying thumbs up, but
Okay with finance.
That'll be crafting, isn't it? I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I know I should have said something before, so sorry.
Well, we didn't have crafting. That was why. So.
Oh, well, I'm new, so I'm learning about all this. Thank you.
Well, we
Because
can't
I would have
change-
offered that to crafting too, but yeah. But it can, is it allowable to put it in remarks now? I mean, that doesn't really change the motion, right?
Is it not enough to have it in the pros and cons?
That was part of my con.
That was part of my
Wasn't it?
pro.
Oh.
That was my
appreciate it.
statement. I made that statement that the
Oh, the spreadsheet with full
is
detail is
available upon request. That part's missing. If they don't mind adding that, I would be grateful.
That was also a question as well from Evie, wasn't it?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Dave, I see your hand. One
Okay.
second, when I get done typing here.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Dave,
Barb, thank you for reminding me. I went, got the style sheet, and fellowship with a capital F under comments refers to any level of the CoDA organization. Fellowship, lowercase, it says under comments, generic use, i.e. socializing after the meeting.
That means that the noun is capitalized and the verb is not.
No, it means the noun is the noun is capitalized when talking about the CoDA fellowship, but it's not capitalized when we're talking about having drinks together in fellowship.
Right. So I think capitalized in the preamble is appropriate, correct?
Yeah, because it's talking about the fellowship. Right.
Yeah.
And Crystal Z?
Just going back to that finance motion and about the sheets being available, could we capitalize that sort of to cut it out from the rest of the, like we did with the previous motion? The spreadsheets will be in full details available upon request. Just capitalize that whole thing.
Okay, FYI, the timer has gone off and the 45 minutes have expired.
So we need to know if we are ready to accept all 4 days motions as amended, or do we need more time?
I know Judy's got her hand up.
Oh, I was going to lower it because it really referred to those spreadsheets. I'll take a pass.
Okay, so are we ready to approve?
We need to have a motion from a delegate from the floor.
Yep.
This is Evie. I move that we approve the all the motions as amended.
I second.
I second.
Who seconded first?
Nancy,
Philip?
oh, second. I have no, go ahead, Philip.
Philip, did you second? Did I hear you first?
I'm Burl S. I seconded.
Burl.
I said
Burl
second.
S is the second. Evie S is the first. And we need a poll.
Oh, I mean, I didn't make one for.
While you're making your poll, Florence, I just would like to say thank you for a job well done by you and events. A lot of work. Ton of
And
work.
by you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brava, brava. Well done, everyone. Well done.
Yeah.
Sorry, this computer is really slow.
And also thank you, Connie, and your team. You guys have done a great job.
Amazing
job.
For your maiden adventure with CoDA.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bravo, bravo.
Yes, Lou, you have your hand up, Lou?
Yes, I wanted to just thank you for Connie and the board and everybody here. This has been a wonderful CSC. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say something too. Was a great experience. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Appreciate all of your work.
Thank you, Nora. So happy to have you here.
Thank you.
This is Marilee, since we're saying thank yous. Thank you for the security and the safety and the lack of Zoom bombing that we experienced. This was a blessing.
Absolutely.
You mean you didn't miss that?
No.
I've been holding my breath and you guys are fabulous. Thank you so much.
I especially didn't miss it since I was the one that was presenting a bunch of motions that day last year.
Oh, it was so horrible. And we kept like bumping them out and thinking we took care of it, and then they come right back.
Groundhog Day.
Speaking of
Almost there, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Speaking of groundhogs, thanks to everyone who was supportive towards me when my codependent lemmings were running.
What's your dog's name, Shannon? He's so cute.
His name is Cody.
Hi, Cody.
Sure for Cody.
I knew I was codependent. So.
Okay, approval of the motions is up.
So we're currently approving all motions as they were amended for days 1 through 4. Connie, you have that? I guess you got it, right?
Yes, we have it all. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're there. It's unanimous.
Okay, 40 yeses. Anybody in the chat?
I don't see anybody in the chat.
40 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstentions, so passes unanimous.
Wonderful.
Yay. And then do we adjourn first or do announcements first? I can't remember.
Well, we don't even have announcements on here, but
Okay.
we
have close of business, so that's what
we just have close of business. So Florence, there were just a couple of things that I wanted to ask of Vince really quick before we closed.
Okay.
And that was, I had made note that the 2022 CoDA Service Conference was going to be August 21 to August 28th. And I just wanted confirmation so everybody can take that back to their groups. But I also wanted clarification that there was a comment made that the CoDA Service Conference and the International CoDA Convention were not going to be happening at the same time next year. And so I'm confused with the dates and what the status is of that.
The comment that was pertaining to was the financial accounting.
Okay, so just to make sure. So the CSC ICC will be occurring on August 21st to the 28th.
Yeah, I had the dates broken out. So the convention part, I think, is like the 26th through the 28th. That's the Friday through Sunday, like we normally do.
Yep. Yep.
And then the conference is Monday through Thursday, right? Monday through Thursday.
Yeah.
With Sunday, I guess, being the orientation. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. And did you have any other?
So that's in Rapid City, and then but we're also having a virtual 2021.
Yeah, October 9th.
On October 9th. And that's just the convention for one day for virtual. And
Juliet has a raised hand.
I'm sorry, just really quickly. So the service conference is would have to be the 21st to the 24th for delegates, because that's like right when school starts. That's why I'm asking. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, 25th, right? Let me look. Okay, so the service conference would be, So the orientation would start on the 21st. That's a Sunday, the 21st is orientation. And then we would have business from the 22nd through the 25th.
Excellent.
Monday through Thursday. And then the convention would start on Friday for 3 days, would be 26, 27, 28.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Perfect.
And that's in Rapid City with Mount Rushmore and all that was near there. I don't know. Also, I just want to remind everybody, I'm going to send out that message about the attendee list, or have Jeff send that out. I haven't done that yet, about who would like to put what email on the attendee list to share with all the attendees. And we are opening the hospitality suite to follow for anybody who wants to come in and socialize for a bit before, not seeing everybody again for another year.
Okay.
And thank you guys for being so patient with us, because it really is hard to try to do all the technical stuff and all the stuff in the background with the committee members and trying to monitor the chat. So just thank you guys for being so patient with us.
Linda V, you had a hand up.
I did. I wasn't sure what happened with some of the chats that were going on. When you send the email list out, can you ask people to say whether or not they are willing to be a sponsor, so we can create a sponsor list, and also find out if they're willing to be a speaker for online or phone meetings, just so we can have a separate list, because as far as I know, there's not very many people on the sponsor list, and I don't know that there is even a speaker list. So I'm just asking if that can be done. Thank you.
And Barbara D.
Yeah, I remember a practice session where we talked about delegates considering joining committees after this CSC. I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you. And Pete H.
PH UK, CoDA NSC, still codependent. Thanks everybody for the amazing service throughout this week, and I just wanted to say that the CoDA UK groups have a series of online retreats / events, things happening so far. We've got some in September and October. Please check out codauk.org. It's open to anyone, any members of CoDA, wherever you are, all welcome.
Thank you. And Liz H.
I can't get to the hospitality thing. I can't. Is there? Anyway.
Can someone put that in the chat?
I can't do it from the chat.
Oh, okay.
Possible somebody can send me an email. I don't know why it doesn't work from the chat, but.
Okay, I can have Jeff send out the email to everybody.
Oh, thank you.
It'll take like 5 minutes or so for him to get it out, but yeah.
Thank you.
Make sure he's still
Okay.
available.
Let's have a moment of silence and close with the Serenity Prayer.
Wait, we have to get a motion to adjourn.
May I make a motion to adjourn? Lisa from
Second.
Illinois.
Second it, Linda
I'm
V.
ready.
Okay, Connie, did you get that? Lisa J. and second by Linda V.
Linda V. from Florida.
Florida. And do you have a poll?
No, I don't, but can we just do hands?
Sure. Just do me a favor and raise your hands. Okay. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So 34 yeses, put your hands down. I'll lower all the hands here. And any no's that want to stay longer? Jorge, you want to stay longer? And does anybody want to abstain?
All right, you almost got in trouble.
Sorry.
Wow. Luckily, we're not in person.
Yeah, exactly.
All righty.
Sorry,
Now-
what was the count? What was the count?
Oh
Really
my
high.
God.
34.
Thank you.
And once again, I want to acknowledge the 3 board members who are rolling off. I'm going to cry. Nancy, Dawn, and Matt. It's been a pleasure serving with you.
Bravo, you guys.
Hi.
Make me cry.
And also thanks to the new delegates who came and participated in this. Like,
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
From around the world. It's great.
Yes.
Great job.
Great to have that representation. I want to just let people know that in the chat, it might come out in one of the world announcements. Chris K from UK and myself just put a survey together. We'd love to hear from you. Events
right now.
And thank you to Chris J and IMC for keeping us all on task.
Yes.
I love that guy.
That is no surprise.
And thank you, Connie and Larissa.
Yes.
For
Yes.
awesome job.
Yes.
Great
Thank you
job,
so
ladies.
Yeah, you guys doing great for your first time.
Yeah, I hope it was a good
Absolutely.
good maiden voyage.
Thank you. Appreciate hearing that.
Bye, everybody.
And I also would like to
Serenity prayer.
thank the interpreters who are in the background.
Serenity prayer, right.
Serenity prayer.
Oh,
Hold
let's
on.
do serenity
Thank you,
prayer.
interpreters.
God.
God.
Grant me the
Grant me the
Accept
Things I cannot
Cannot
change.
change.
Courage.
Courage to change the things I can.
Wisdom to know the difference. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
Have
See you in
fun.
Rapid City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hey, can one of my events committee members send me the link to the hospitality suite on email? Like,
I would like to go.
You what?
Biggest
Everybody.
Just be hospitable here.
What are you asking for, Florence? Florence, what is it that you're asking for?
the link to the hospitality suite to my email.
For the
That link is no longer because it's expired.
Okay, can we restart it?
Oh.
No. We have
Make a new one.
We have to set a new link.
Why don't we can we just hang out in here?
Can we just be hospitable here?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, this room can stay open.
I guess we could just do that.
That's what I'd say.
I mean, we're here.
Yeah. Okay, just I don't know if everybody knows that now. So I'll just tell Jeff to tell everybody to come back to this room.
Come back, come back.
Is events going to meet, Florence? Or are we done?
I think we should meet.
I think we're good for now. We didn't really decide on our next meeting. I'll send out an email about that.
Yeah, I'm not here next Tuesday.
Look who teleported in.
Hi.
We're still streaming live on YouTube.
Oh,
We
that's
are?
good.
Yeah, we can delete it. I mean,
Yeah,
stop
let's
it.
stop that.
I'll stop it.